The House will come to order. Today's pledge will be led by Jasper Fedura, a guest of Representative Ty Winter.
Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now go back to him. He's going to give you your certificate, sweetie.
Thank you so much for doing that today. You were great. Here you go, a certificate to commemorate.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you. Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Thank you.
Representatives Amabile, Armagost, Bacon, AML Bacon,
Excused.
Byrd,
Excused.
Bockenfeld is excused, Basenecker, Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley, Brown, Catlin, Clifford, Doherty, DeGraff, Degree Kennedy,
Here.
Duran, English,
Here.
Epps, Evans, Frizzell, Froelich, Garcia, Hamrick, Hartsook, Hernandez, Rep. Hernandez,
Excused.
Herod,
Excused.
Holtorf, Judah, Joseph, Kipp, Leader, Lindsay, Linstead, Luck, Lukens, Lynch, Mabry, Rep.
Excused.
Marshall, Martinez, Marvin, Morrow, McCormick, McLaughlin, Ortiz, Parenti, Puglisi, Ricks, Representative Ricks,
Excused.
Rootnell, Sirota, Rep. Sirota,
Excused.
Snyder, Soper,
Excused.
Story, she's back there, Taggart, Titone, Valdez A, Velasco, Vigil, Weinberg, Weissman, Wilford, Wilson, Winter, Woodrow, Young, Madam Speaker,
Excused. With 57 present and 8 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Members, your fun Aurora factoid for the morning is that if you go far east enough in our fair city, for example, along 470 or down to the archery range by the reservoir, particularly early in the morning, you can see a lot of pronghorn bouncing around. And with that, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move that the House approve the journal of yesterday, Tuesday, the 30th of April, as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor of approving the journal as corrected by the Chief Clerk, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? No. The ayes have it, and the motion is passed. Announcements and introductions. Are you guys together? Who wants to go first? Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. General Assembly 74, I'd like to welcome to the chamber today ABATE. You should see them roaming around throughout our session. A Brotherhood Active Towards Education, a motorcycle group. If you could please stand and be recognized on the side. Fellow colleagues, as the weather warms up, there are more and more motorcycles on the road. Loud pipes save lives. I know they can be obnoxious every now and then, but if you can hear us, you can see us. Please, while you're out driving on the road, make sure that safety of our motorcycles is at the forefront. And please, 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 think twice when you look through that mirror.
Representative Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I know we're on a tight schedule, so look twice, save a life. Thank you. Welcome to the guests.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few announcements to make. The first one, though, is for anybody who is from Colorado, who rides bicycles, who enjoys being outside, who went to see you. This covers a lot of you. They are doing a tribute today. Excuse me for a minute, please. They're doing a tribute today in the Senate, and we can't do them here, so I'm kind of doing my own little mini tribute. We have a cyclist from Durango who is actually in my English class, and that's not why he's famous today. He does know how to write. He knows his comma rules, but his name is Sepp Kuss, and he won, well, he started off riding in Durango, but he was on the CU cycling team. And on September 17th, 2023, he won the Spanish Grand Cycling Tour, the Tour of Spain. He's the first cyclist American cyclist in 10 years to win that. And it's a really, really big deal. He came back to Durango, and everybody in town from everywhere was in town to celebrate him. Not only is he a great, great human being, but he's also now a world-famous cyclist. And I just want to acknowledge how great Sepp Kuss is. And when you see him, he's also in the Tour de France on the American team. He is a domestique there, but he's had his team winning several times. So please look for Sepp Kuss. His mom and dad are watching today, so look at the camera for Colorado Channel and wave to them. They also live in Durango, and Sepp now lives in Europe with his wife. But really fabulous, and I'm so happy to celebrate Sepp Kuss today. So thank you. My next one, not quite as exciting, but it's the Education Committee. This is our last meeting today. We have 4 bills, 78, 162, 34, and 158. And my final one is, as the House Mother, you might have noticed, everybody, if you could be quiet for just a second, you have a whole bunch of paper on your desk. There's not enough room to file that paper anymore, so it's up to you to go through all those bills from the Senate, from the House, all the fiscal notes, see which ones you need to keep, recycle what you don't need to keep. And there are boxes in the back, so please, you have to have everything out of your desk and off your desk by the last day of session. So if you want to start unloading, you have a shelf underneath your desk right now, and you have the little drawer next to you. You can start putting things in there. But please, please, please clean off your desk, because they need places to put everything, okay? And it's going to be really important right now. They're getting a little frustrated in the back. They have thousands and thousands of pieces of paper and nowhere to put them. So it is your responsibility. Clean your desk. Thank you.
Representative Amable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I have 2 announcements today, and the first one is the important one. Today is May 1st, and that begins Mental Health Month. And I think many of you know that mental illness has had a profound impact on my family. And we get to celebrate Mental Health Month every single day of our life at my house. And I just want you all to understand that this is a really insidious and profoundly impactful disease. And if somebody in your family has a serious mental illness, your entire family and friend and network of people is impacted. And it's hard. And we are not working adequately to address the needs of the people who have the most serious illness in our state. And I know we've done a lot of work in this space. And so I also want to say thank you for all of your attention to this. And I want you to know that we're making progress, and we still have more work to do. And so if you know anybody who has mental illness, this is their month, and I encourage you to support them in any way you can. Thank you. And my next announcement is that Business and Labor is meeting today, and we are going to hear 8 bills. And we're going to start out of order from the calendar with Senate Bill 192, and then we're going to go to Senate Bill 149, then 129, 41, 201, 75, and 1468. Thank you.
Representative Snyder. Representative Story.
Thank you. Good morning, Pro Tem Degree Kennedy. Just wanted to let everyone know Capital Development Committee will meet tomorrow morning, Thursday, May 2nd at 8:15 in Senate Committee Room 357.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. House Finance will meet 40 minutes after adjournment today because we have bills up in other committees, and we'll get them all done and then get back. And we'll be hearing 4 bills, Senate Bills 207, 076, 146, and 181. Thank you.
The next order of business is third reading of bills. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1450. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I'd like to move House Bill 1280 to the end of the third reading calendar.
Seeing no objection, House Bill 1280 will be laid over till the end of the third reading calendar. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1454.
House Bill 1454 by Representatives Ortiz and Puglisi, also Senator Lundin, concerning a 1-year extension of the deadline for public agencies to comply with digital accessibility standards if the public agency demonstrates a good faith effort toward compliance.
Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move House Bill 1454 on third reading and final passage.
Seeing no discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1454 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative English, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative English votes yes. Representatives DeGraff, Holtorf, Leader, Mabry, Story, and Winter. Representative Mabry is excused and fined $5. Please close the machine. Oh, did we? I'm sorry. Looks like 2 more members who were previously excused are back, so we'll give them 1 moment. Please close the machine. With 51 aye votes, 10 no votes, and 4 excused, House Bill 1454 is passed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1164.
House Bill 1164 by Representatives Titone and Wilford, also Senators Buckner and Winter F., concerning measures to provide menstrual products at no expense to students.
Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move House Bill 1164 on third reading and final passage.
Seeing no discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1164 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative English, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative English votes yes. Please close the machine. With 44 aye votes, 18 no votes, and 3 excused, House Bill 1164 is passed. Co-sponsors.
Co-sponsor. Sorry for saying it. You didn't acknowledge.
No, thank you, Representative English. I should have looked your way. Representative English, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 121.
Senate Bill 121 by Senators Pelton, R. and Roberts, also Representatives Young and Holtorf, concerning the creation of a separate health facility license for critical access hospitals and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move Senate Bill 121 on third reading and final passage.
Seeing no discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 121 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative English, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative English votes yes. Representatives Bacon, Duran, Garcia, Herod, Judah, Mabry, Velasco, Wilford. The following members are excused and fined $5. Bacon, Garcia, Herod, Mabry, and Wilford. Adds up to 40. Please close the machine. With 57 aye votes, 0 no votes, and 8 excused, Senate Bill 121 is passed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1237.
House Bill 1237 by Representatives Bradfield and Lukens, also Senators Marchman and Rich, concerning the creation of programs for the development of child care facilities.
Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move House Bill 1237 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I request permission to offer a third reading amendment.
Please explain your reason.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. This is a typo that was caught by our drafter, and we like to fix typos.
Okay, seeing no discussion, the question before us is permission for a third reading amendment. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative English, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative English votes yes. Representatives Epps, Judah, Joseph, Velasco, McCluskey, please vote. Representatives Epps, Joseph, and the Speaker are excused. Please close the machine. With 52 aye votes, 2 no votes, and 11 excused, permission is granted for a third reading amendment. Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move Amendment L006 and ask that it be properly displayed.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Again, this is fixing a typo that our drafter caught. We ask for a yes vote on L006.
Anything to add, Representative Bradfield? Okay, seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L6 on House Bill 1237. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative English, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative English votes yes. Representatives Lindsay and Vigil, please vote. Representatives Lindsay and Vigil are excused. Please close the machine. With 52 aye votes, 0 no votes, and 13 excused, Amendment L6 is passed. We are back to House Bill 1237. Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. What I wanted to flag is that when we are having the conversations around affordable and attainable housing, I know I had these conversations with the good representative from Denver throughout the interim and the summers. We talked about affordable housing. If you leave childcare out of the conversation, I think we're missing a big piece of what our communities need. If you are going to have transit-oriented communities and you have mom and dad living above and working below, but then have to drive or take transit if it's available, miles for childcare, then we're missing the whole point of what we're trying to accomplish. So I appreciate bills like this that flag that childcare is so important for our workforce, for the attainable and affordable housing conversation, and I appreciate the bill sponsors bringing this forward. Thank you.
Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1237 as amended.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the repassage of, the passage of House Bill 1237 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative English, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative English votes yes. Representatives Rutenell and Winter, please vote. Representative Rutenell is excused. Please close the machine. With 39 aye votes, 12 no votes, and 14 excused, House Bill 1237 is passed as amended. Co-sponsors. Representative English, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. The House will stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1134.
House Bill 1134 by Representatives Weissman and Rutenell, also Senator Henriksen, concerning adjustments to existing income tax expenditures to reduce taxpayer burden and in connection therewith making adjustments to the credit for child and dependent care expenses, increasing the value of earned income tax credit as a percentage of the federal credit for income tax years commencing on or after January 1st, 2024, repealing obsolete provisions concerning the corporate income tax, and making the state's corporate income tax more uniform compared to other states by replacing the current combined reporting standard with the Multi-State Tax Commission standard and modifying the computation of the receipts factor to make it more congruent with the unitary business principle.
Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move House Bill 1134 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. We need to ask for permission to run a third reading amendment.
Please explain.
Members, this is a technical amendment caught by our drafter. Lest anyone doubt how hardworking the nonpartisan staff around here are, I got this email at 6:23 a.m. this morning. So it is technical in nature, generated by LLS. We ask for permission.
Seeing no discussion, the question before us is permission for a third reading amendment. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 62 aye votes, 2 no votes, and 1 excuse, permission is granted for a third reading amendment. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. We move L9 to 1134 and ask for it to be displayed.
You may proceed.
All right, so members, you'll see a collection of fixing internal cross-references, adding a comma, Rep. Luck, that's for you, making some other formatting changes. We ask for your support for L9.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L9 on third reading to House Bill 1134. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representatives Frizzell, Holtorf, and Winter. Please close the machine. With 63 aye votes, 1 no vote, and 1 excused, Amendment L9 is passed. Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1134 as amended.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So I'm opposed to this bill in general. We have a flat tax in the state because it creates a level of equality, and we're not supposed to be doing favors. So if we want to give tax relief, I'm all for it. I've spoken here many times about actually providing tax relief, not gimmick tax relief where we're just giving credits, because ultimately what we're doing is we're taking. To me, it looks like $44,136,204,000 out of our taxpayer Bill of Rights. So I don't want to just call it TABOR because it's the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. It's a Bill of Rights for the taxpayers. Cusco's poison. But it's, we have this for a reason. We have an excess. There's an excess in revenues that have been collected by the state. Now, it's pretty evident what's happening, or it would be a technique, I should say, not necessarily one of the sponsors, but it would be a technique to get rid of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights by not actually getting rid of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, but making the Taxpayer Bill of Rights irrelevant. And you could make the Taxpayer Bill of Rights irrelevant by just giving away everything in there, and then suddenly there's no excess tax anymore. And then once you get rid of the excess, that there's no excess tax, then you can raise the tax you can raise everything and you can just keep collecting, and then there's no reason to give it back because you're just turning that, it would be just turned into this redistribution mechanism. So, and the problem with that is what's going on, because even though it's taxation, and I know there's a majority resentment that, you know, people in Colorado still have money of their own to spend, but it's still their money. And when you take that money and you say, I'm going to do charitable things with that money by giving it to somebody else, just like I said yesterday, when you take money from one person's pocket and put it in another pocket, that's called theft. When you legislate money from one person's pocket and legislate it into another person's pocket, that's also called theft. Now, it looks a little bit more genteel, but the result is the same. You're moving money from one person's pocket to another. Now, I know that that is generally considered the purpose of government, but it's not. The purpose of government is to secure the rights of the individuals, that to secure those rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, among which are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Not take from one and give to the other. That, and by the way, we had a little discussion about that. That's not a Robin Hood thing. Robin Hood took from the government and gave back to the poor that the government created. So if you want to give back to the poor, stop spending so much. We're already spending $43 billion, so a family of 3.5, that's about $25,000 a piece. You could, and now we have bills that are coming forward that are going to be millions of dollars in these last final days, millions of dollars that are going to affect the people of Colorado. So gimmicks like this, Colorado, I'm all for giving you a tax break, but this isn't really a tax break. What this is doing is creating a progressive tax code, taking from and giving to individuals. And there's a reason that we don't have a progressive tax code. If you want to look up the origin of the progressive tax code, you could look at the Communist Manifesto. It's right there in the list of 10 things, 10 ways to get rid of the middle class. Now, so I'm not really sure why we would be trying to implement a progressive tax code per the Communist Manifesto, but this is creation of a progressive tax code nonetheless. Now, it has been proposed many times of creating a progressive tax code because the middle caste is so onerous in that system, but we don't have that. And so this is just one of those things that's an end around. So I love giving people relief from their taxes, and I think that's fantastic. But here, when I was reading this, the bill for an act, and I think it is all an act. It's acting like tax relief, but it's really not, because we could just give tax relief. We've had Proposition horse hockey, and that phonetically, and we didn't give tax relief there. And then we had a special session, didn't give tax relief there, talking about another special session to not give tax relief. So why don't we just give actual tax relief? But reading the bill, reading this act, acting like tax relief, concerning adjustments to existing income tax expenditures to reduce taxpayer burden and in connection therewith, making adjustments to the credit child and dependent care expenses, increasing the value of the earned income tax credit as a percentage of the federal credit for income tax years commencing on after January 2024, repealing obsolete provisions, that's all great. But then it has this big old and. And then it's like, whoa, what are we doing here? And making the state's corporate income tax more uniform compared with other states by replacing the current combined reporting standard with the multi-state commission standard and modifying the computation of the receipts factor to make more congruent with the unitary business principle. Whew, that'd be hard to read in one breath. And making the state's corporate income tax more uniform compared to other states by replacing the current combined reporting standard. So I'm going to have to ask the sponsors how this fits with dependent care expenses and the value of the earned income tax credit reporting standard with multi-state commission standard. and modifying the computation of the receipts factor to make it more congruent. So to me, and maybe I'm wrong, I love being wrong about stuff, is that it looks like it does not meet with Section 21 in Article 5, bill to contain but one subject expressed in title. No bill except general appropriation bills, and I don't think this is a general appropriation bill, shall be passed containing more than one subject, which shall be clearly expressed in its title. But if any subject shall be embraced in any act which shall not be expressed in the title, such act shall be void only as to so much thereof as shall not be so expressed. Wow, that is a mouthful. So, just to read the highlighted parts, which would be the highlights, the bill to contain but one subject expressed in title, which shall be clearly expressed in its title. And it's supposed to be single subject, and so I'm not really sure how the and, making the state's corporate income tax more uniform compared to other states by replacing the current combined reporting standard, actually ties in with adjustments for the child credit and dependent care expenses, increasing the value of the earned income tax credit. I mean, it's not that it's a bad thing to do. It's just that it doesn't really seem to fit. And the reason for doing this, the object of this constitutional provision, is twofold. It is to prevent surreptitious legislation, the insertion of enactments in bills which were not indicated by their titles, and to forbid the treatment of incongruous subjects in the same act. So my take would be that this would be an incongruous subject. It never was intended to prevent the General Assembly from treating all the various branches of the same general subject in one law or inserting a single act in the legislation, and then it gets into a lot of gobbledygook. So in keeping with our constitutional provisions, I think I would like to make a motion, I make a motion to refer this to second reading because I think it violates the single subject law, or subject rule, as found in Article 5, and perhaps it doesn't, but that's my take on it. I don't think replacing the current combined reporting standard with a multi-state tax commission standard and modifying the computation of the receipts factor really has, I'm just missing the link here. I don't see how what that has to do with making adjustments to the credit for child and dependent care excuses. And so what happens if a bill goes up that violates the single subject? I don't know, but it's would seem to be unconstitutional per this reading. And so again, I move to refer this to the second reading because the violation of the single subject.
There has been a motion to move House Bill 1134 back to second reading. Representative Weissman.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Unsurprisingly, I'm going to ask for a no vote on this motion. The title of 1134 was developed in extensive conversation with our nonpartisan drafting office, who advises all members of this body, Democratic members and Republican members, on how to properly construct a title pursuant to constitutional requirements. Please vote no.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I also rise to support my colleague who made the motion. Members, when there's, first of all, I heard any and in a title shows that there's two subjects. This title has more than one and listed in it. And there's more than one tax element that's being considered here, which definitely, as we read Section 21 in Article 5 of our Colorado Constitution, it says, a bill to contain but one subject expressed in the title, no bill except a general appropriations bills shall be passed containing more than one subject, which shall be clearly expressed in its title. This title is not clearly expressed as a single subject. But if any subject shall be embraced in any act in which shall not be expressed in the title, such act shall be void only as to so much as was expressed. So here, by having multiple subjects listed within the title, it'd be very difficult for the courts to reduce the expression, in which case a likely challenge here would be to void the entire bill should it move forward, which is why going back to the committee of the whole is appropriate to be able to readdress the title issue that's here, because we need to uphold our constitutional values and be able to comply with what our guiding document tells us we have to comply with, not ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is to re-refer House Bill 1134 to second reading. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representatives Basenecker and Hernandez are excused and fined $1. Please close the machine. With 20 aye votes, 42 no votes, and 3 excused, the motion is lost. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1134 as amended on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representatives Amable, Martinez, and Story, please vote. Please close the machine. With 46 aye votes, 18 no votes, and 1 excused, House Bill 1134 is passed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1311.
House Bill 1311 by Representatives Degree Kennedy and Wilford, also Senators Winterf and Coleman, concerning the creation of a family affordability tax credit.
Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move House Bill 1311 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you as well.
Colleagues, yesterday I waited to hear some cogent arguments that are available against this bill, but unfortunately we sat there with 45 minutes on a non-substantive amendment with regards to progressive policies in the state. But I do have very serious concerns about this bill. Tabor refunds are a constitutional right. A lot of people may have difficulty with some amendments to the Constitution and have made cogent arguments of, well, they were done 200 years ago. It was a very small, cloistered group that made the decision, but this was done 30 years ago. And the voters meant it. In 2020, we had Proposition 117, and they capped the enterprises because we were getting out of hand with establishing the enterprises. In 2023, we had the Prop HH, and again, it may have been very complicated, but a core issue of that was going after the Tabor refunds. It's illegal for our government to keep the surplus in this state above what we have in taxes that have not been authorized by the voters to spend on other government programs. It must be refunded. And Black's Law Dictionary gives a very layman's version of what a refund is. It's the money you put in being returned to you. Now, the Tabor surplus is made up far more than just income taxes. Income taxes only make up about 40% of it. So how we return the money can be up for different interpretations. And for years, we had the sales tax refunded, and I asked our nonpartisan staff if a reason we had the sales tax refund was to avoid having a return of income because the sales tax is after-tax income, and we wouldn't trip up with the IRS on having income issues. And not only did they come back and say, yeah, that was a reason, they said it was the prime reason. So I've supported bills of like flattening the Tabor refund, because I'm a big believer that we should return the taxes on lower income people that are paying that out, because it's a far higher disproportionate number and percentage of their income. And we should focus that as tax relief. But giving people more than anything they conceivably put in, I think does violate the intent of the voters. So this bill shows a huge contempt for our voters. We have an issue now where we have multiple refundable tax credits, and not only are they refundable, they're stackable. So we're looking at the possibility of just a quick little back of the envelope version of a family of two filing a joint tax return with two children under the age of 5 or under the age of 6, with one working in the care worker industry, earning $36,000 a year at $18 an hour, and another individual on the cash economy in that joint family earning $30,000 at just $30 an hour for 1,000, making $66,000, $28,000 for the standard deduction. So they'd have $8,000 in AGI income and pay, or should pay, $375 in state taxes. But we're going to have a $1,500 care worker refundable credit stacked on top $3,900 of an earned income tax credit, stacked on top of $6,400 for the two children, giving them back $11,500 on that income. No one with a straight face or integrity can look anyone in the eye, and my voters, and say, we're just giving the money back that people put in. That's far more than any sales tax. That's far more than any fees anyone could put in. Even worse, I have to return to voters who are going to ask questions about how we return this money. And we've taken off any requirement on the earned income tax credit and these other refundable credits of any necessity to have a valid Social Security number. I ran an amendment to ask, just make it refundable, so all the money you pay in you get back if you don't have a valid Social Security number, but not more. Not more. It is going to be very difficult for me to explain to my voters why people get more than they ever conceivably put in, especially if they don't have a valid Social Security number. Now, one of the sponsors was quoted in the paper as believing that if we asked the voters, they would gladly give up a couple $100s to reduce child poverty in the state by half. Tabor allows us to go ask the voters that. That's the process that is supposed to be used if we wanted to have a program to bring in excess revenue to return it for lower income programs. But that's not what this mechanism is doing. Instead, we get a bargain done in the dead of night for a small increase in the income taxes. And my district does not have a Cherry Hills. We do not have an Aspen. My district is not going to get a massive cut from the income taxes. But my district also is not going to benefit almost at all from these child tax credits and all these refundable credits. It's my district that is going to bear the brunt of giving up all their Tabor refunds, and I've had to make those arguments when I've voted for things like flattening the Tabor refund, and I can defend it. And people who are very vicious to me, very conservative in my district, I've been able to defend it and get them to see my point of view. I'm not going to be able to get them to see my point of view on these. So at the end, what is not allowed in the light of day, we shouldn't be doing in the dark at night. So I'm going to have to be a no on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I stand in solidarity with my colleague from Douglas County on the other side of the aisle who just spoke. He has given a very clear analysis on why people who pay into the system through significant taxation are very frustrated with the fact that there are people now with legislation like this that will get more money out of the system than they pay in. Just on the fairness argument, it's unfair. Just on its base, $1, $10, $100, who cares the amount? Because of this legislation, now there are people that will pay maybe several $1,000s in tax or hundreds of dollars in tax, and they're going to get more money out than they paid in. I agree that guardrail should be there. If you're a low-income Colorado taxpayer with children, I think you should get all your money back, 100%. But I don't think the taxpayers who are paying more should have to subsidize. Yeah, those lights flickered for a reason. Should have to pay more. You see, I drove in, this was several months ago, I drove into Denver on I-76 from my hometown of Akron. And there was a truck in front of me as I drove in. And it had a bumper sticker. And the bumper sticker said, "Go to work and keep your job. 5 people on welfare depending on you every day." That was a bit of sarcasm, but it's true. So Colorado, for you tax-paying citizens that are out there maybe in Douglas County or Washington County or Larimer County, Boulder County, El Paso County, I won't name all 64. Keep working, because this chamber needs you so they can redistribute your wealth by mechanisms just like this. Keep working. Don't quit. This type of policy is not good for Colorado. Now, I know the bill sponsors have a different policy position, but I will go back to the fact that this is yet another bill that raids Tabor. You see, people in this building see all this surplus, and they can't stand it. Hundreds of millions of dollars of surplus. Oh, we can't give that money back, says my colleagues. Oh, no. Even though it came from the taxpayer and the hardworking Coloradoan who busts his back or her back every day and pays into so many different taxes and fees which we've increased in this chamber over the last 5 years in so many categories. And yes, a fee is just another form of taxation. Let's be honest. So now here we are, and I'll say it, we're raiding Tabor again. We're raiding Tabor through policies so we can say, oh no, surplus is too big, let's spend it. Let's spend it because we can. Because we're in the majority and we have the authority. We're in the majority and we have the authority, so we will. And we do. Yeah, that rhymed. You can say it again. Say it 10 times. But it's not right. It's not right. I am here proclaiming to this House chamber it's not right, and my colleague from Douglas County has stated so. There are many things that my good colleague and I do not agree upon. For example, who is the best service in the military? We will argue to the end about why the Army is better than the Marine Corps, and I will win most of the time, in my mind. But all joking aside, ladies and gentlemen, I look at the fiscal note here, but more importantly, I look at the Tabor implications. Ladies and gentlemen, it is no surprise to everyone in this chamber that we have had more tax credit bills this session than probably in the last several. Because, oh my, look at all that money, honey. Look at all that money, and we got to figure out a way to spend it. So let's roll up our sleeves for the good people of Colorado and spend their tax money on everything and anything we can think of. And the vehicle this session is tax credits. And I mean by the hundreds of millions, billions, when you add it all up. And I'm not lying. If I'm lying, I'm dying. Let God strike me right here if I tell a lie. Hold on, we're going to wait a minute. There's some light coming through there. Let's see what happens. Oh, no, not going to happen, even though some of you really would like to see that lightning. But you're not going to get it. And that is not my problem. That's your problem. But let's talk about why we think we have to spend all that money. It's not your money. Members of this chamber, it's not your money to spend. The Constitution says so. And my good representative from Douglas County is a thoughtful constitutionalist. More thoughtful than many of us, perhaps including myself. And that's a compliment, good sir. And you won't get another one. Not right now. But it's true. It's true. Do we respect the Constitution of this state? Some of us, I argue, no. You don't. You don't respect the citizenry. You don't respect their will or their votes. Proposition HH is an example. I won't go into that, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, because it won't be to this bill. But this is yet another example, another grand example of how we shun the Constitution and we try to spend, and figure out more ways to spend, including the bill sponsors. So I'm very much against this. I would argue that most Coloradoans are very much against this. I know my caucus is very much against this because we, Colorado, are the defenders of Tabor. We, Colorado, are those that want to stand up and say it's your money and we will protect it and give it back to you. And not just spend it recklessly on everything and anything that we can think of in this chamber. So you can't have it back. In their proclamation that it's not your money, and we'll prove it to you by not giving it back to you. I will be a strong no.
Representative DeGraff.
Surprise, surprise, I'm back for the same reason. Robbing Peter to pay Paul will always have the support of Paul. Or we could say robbing Peter to pay Paul will always secure the vote of Paul. This is, again, bypassing. Colorado has been very clear. Proposition horse hockey, that was designed to get rid of the taxpayer Bill of Rights, to bypass it completely, to take that top line and grow it exponentially, so that eventually there would be nothing above that top line. Yes, 1% compounded is exponential growth. And it looks wafer thin when it's somebody else's money. But when it's government money, it really grows fast, and that was the intent. Grow that upper line to make sure that eventually nothing exceeds that top line, and then there's no excess tax to give back. Because the taxpayer of rights is not about surplus tax. It's not about surplus money in our coffer that we just have excess laying around. It is about excess tax. Excess tax extracted by force from the citizens of Colorado. By force. Taken out of the pockets of the citizens of Colorado and put in the coffers here, and then And then the legislation has the audacity to call it a surplus, like, oh, we have excess money. We stole excess money from the citizens of Colorado. And then not giving it back. It's not surplus, it's overtax. Tax is extracted from taxpayers by force. Don't believe me? Don't pay your taxes. Eventually, somebody shows up with a gun to teach you the error of your ways. So what you're talking about here is you're talking about taking money from one person because, as my colleague previously stated, and it's really not something unknown to anybody here, but a refund is getting the money back that you put in. If you put in $10 and you owe $5, and I give $5 to Gabe, then that's not a refund. That's a diversion. This is about diverting money from the people who earned it. And so it baffles me how many people have no idea who Thomas Sowell is, but what is your fair share of the money that somebody else earns? If somebody else earns it, what is your fair share? All of it? Some of it? None of it? How much? We have bills in this legislation that we're worried about how much money that this body is making, and it's taking money out of the pockets of the citizens of Colorado. Now, as a citizen of Colorado, I don't really think I would pay for somebody to take money out of my pocket and blow it on the frivolity that goes on in here. Robbing Peter to pay Paul will secure the vote of Paul. So why would you want to get rid of an upper bound on tax? Because the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, which is what this is intending to violate, it's intending to violate the right of taxpayers. Taxpayers ought to be aware of that. So why would this body be so intent, coming back to the well time after time after time, to violate the rights of our taxpayers? To violate the rights of our taxpayers. Why? Why does this legislation, why does this House want to violate the rights of our taxpayers? Now, it was said, quoted in the paper that, well, I think everybody would be okay with giving a couple $100 to somebody else. And that might be true. And if you look at the stats, conservatives are very generous with their own money. Liberals are very generous with other people's money. It's not generosity, it's just theft. This is a clever way. This is a clever way to work around the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. The hook is getting rid of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, eliminating it eliminating the Taxpayer Bill of Rights as a constraint on the growth. I mean, I wanted to say surplus. This House looks at overtaxed money like a dog looks at a piece of meat. It's just salivating. Not a vegan dog. But it's just, oh, we could do so much good with that money. Our intentions are so good. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Getting rid of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights ends up creating this progressive tax. What does this create? What does this progressive tax do to secure the vote of Paul? Is it going to satiate Paul? No. Paul's going to vote for more of Peter's money. This is breaking the glass ceiling on on that access. Now, is that intentional? I don't know. I don't want to speak to the motives of the bill's sponsors. Is it real? Absolutely. And then what happens when you do that, when you break that, when you get away from that flat tax and you start doing the progressive tax, as Mark recommended, to get rid of the middle caste? To pursue the idyllic government form of feudalism. Well, you get an idyllic form of feudalism. I don't know why feudalism is considered idyllic. You have the haves and the have-nots. That's what a progressive tax code is intended to create. This creates a progressive tax code. This has good intentions. This is the road to hell. If you want to take your money, if you want to take your money, and I'm just going to say that the excess tax that you've extracted from the pockets of Coloradans by force is not your money. It's not. That's a really funny face, by the way. That would be really good to get that on photo. But it's not your money. Stop spending it like it is your money. Go out, earn more money, give it away. It's great. Giving your money away is fantastic. I love it. Yesterday, trickle-down was disparaged. This is not trickle-down. This is extraction. This is extraction by force from the pockets of Coloradans to do what? Alleviate the pressure that you're putting on the citizens of Colorado by not being able to spend within your reason. And it's been said, government spends money like a drunken sailor, but eventually the sailor falls down and he stops spending money. Not this body.
Representative DeGraff, you have 1 minute remaining.
This body spends money like a tag team wrestling. One after the other. One after the other. This is confiscatory. This body is raising, besides taxes. Well, it's good that we have the discussions where everybody has their earpods in. Energy, regulation. You sap the dollars out of everybody's pockets, then you take them out of somebody else's pockets to replace them. That's what good commies do.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. So I do appreciate Representative from Douglas County coming up and actually putting numbers to this. That was extremely accurate. The interesting thing with this is in the Peter to pay Paul mentality, I'm Peter. When we keep saying, well, this is just, they don't have to pay as much taxes because it's a tax credit, so then that's not really affecting Tabor, and isn't that good for everybody? The problem is, instead of making a tax credit, why don't we just allow everybody to have that tax break? Because when you have a tax credit, you're saying some people, and Representative Marshall's example, potentially people are getting, and I don't think this will be potentially, I think this will happen, there will be people that are getting way back more than what they pay taxes in. Well, that comes from somewhere. Where does that come from? That comes from Tabor. What is that? That's my money. That's the taxpayers' money. And so what happens is Tabor does not work the way that it's supposed to, which gives people back their their money that was paid in taxes. Now, I'm still paying all of the same amount of taxes, and somebody else is getting back all of this extra money, but I'm getting no refund because it's been tax credited. Instead of, if we really want these people to not have to pay that tax, then just make it a blanket tax cut that everybody that breathes in Colorado doesn't have to pay that tax. Then Then we won't need Tabor, because then we're all not paying that tax. But this is still demanding that literally millions of people pay taxes, but get almost no refund or maybe none, so that we can give certain groups, maybe voter blocks, maybe special interest groups or something else, we're giving those people extra money that they potentially didn't even pay taxes. And we're going to give them all this extra money. From where? From me. I'm not okay with that. Somebody said, well, won't you want to give a couple extra $100 to help whatever grandiose idea that they came up with at the time? It's always changing. Wouldn't you rather give a couple $100? Anybody that believes that, go ahead and do it. Go ahead and take a couple $100 out of your wallet and go give it to anybody that you think is needing help with housing, needing help with anything. You have that right. You have that right as a person in society. But what you don't have the right to do is take it from me. You can't tell me what to do with my $200. But now, not only do we have laws constitutionally arranged that says you can't do it, you're just going to keep dipping out of Tabor and take my $200 and give it to somebody else. That is it. That is the definition of theft. It's interesting how we are so comfortable spending other people's money. If you really believe your $200 needs to go to there, give it to them. Whoever it is. You know what? You're even allowed to give more than $200. You can give all of your paycheck, which is just about where we're getting in Colorado. You're allowed to give all your paycheck, but you're not allowed to give my paycheck. And Tabor makes that constitutional. And that's, I believe, what Representative Douglas County was trying to explain to us. This is truly theft, and it's wrong.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. All right, colleagues, this bill obviously talks a lot about Tabor, so just a very brief refresher on how Tabor works, and some of this is going to be simplified to fit into the time constraints that we got here. Tabor's a bucket. That bucket represents how much money the state is allowed to spend. The size of that bucket is determined, simplistically, by the equation of population times inflation. So when the population goes up, when inflation goes up, the bucket gets bigger. So as population and inflation increase, the amount of money the state is allowed to spend via Tabor, the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, goes up. So what this particular piece of legislation is contemplating is what happens when that bucket of the amount of money the state is allowed to spend, what happens when that bucket is overfull and starts to overflow. In other words, the state takes in more money than it is allowed to spend. What this piece of legislation contemplates is catching, in the 24-25 fiscal year, catching $655 million that's overflowing out of that bucket, catching $655 million this coming year, and $695 million the next year. And rather than refunding that money to the folks who paid that money to the state, picking a particular demographic of folks and refunding that money to them. I will read you from the fiscal note. This bill is expected to decrease the amount of state revenue required to be refunded to taxpayers by the amount shown in the state revenue section. So this is decreasing the amount of refunds that Colorado voters are getting. By how much? Flip over to the state revenue section. This bill decreases general fund revenue by an estimated $655 million this coming year and $695 million the year after that. Folks, we're talking well over $1 billion in 2 years of money that is overflowing from that bucket that is established by the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, well over $1 billion of that not being refunded back to the taxpayers who paid that money, but instead being captured and refunded according to how the General Assembly chooses to refund that money. And I have a problem with that,
because the voters have told us time and again, don't mess with the taxpayer Bill of Rights refunds. Unfortunately, that's what this legislation does, to the tune of well over $1 billion. It messes with that taxpayer Bill of Rights refund. It does not equally refund that money back to the folks that paid it. Instead, it picks more favored and less favored classes of citizens. And that's something that the good rep from Highlands Ranch had mentioned is not something that the voters, via several recent votes in the state, support. And so I also have to rise in opposition to that. I wish that this legislation contemplated things like, as we mentioned, the taxpayer Bill of Rights bucket, right? How much money the state can spend. If that bucket is overflowing, that means the state is taking in too much money. Rather than taking in that money, having the state as the middleman, and then distributing that money according to how the state sees fit, let's reduce how much money the state is taking in the first place so that the bucket doesn't overflow and voters can keep that money the whole time without having to pay it to the state, have the middleman take the middleman's cut, and then refund it back according to the state's whims. That's what I wish this legislation does. Unfortunately, it does not. It captures well over $1 billion of the overflow from that taxpayer Bill of Rights bucket, refunds it according to the whims of the state, not actually according to the voters that paid in. And so I rise in opposition to this bill. Thank you.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I've been thinking about my grandfather a lot. He was a self-made man. He never graduated from high school, never went to college. He came from a broken home. His father and mother were sharecroppers in southeast Alabama, where there was not much around. He had no advantages, none. His father left his brother and his mother, the family home, when he was 13, and he had to go to work to support the family. He started off bagging groceries and worked his way up, became manager, met my grandmother. They got married when he was 18, she was 17. He ended up being mayor of the small town that they lived in. And when he retired, he owned 3 grocery stores. And he still didn't have a high school diploma. I remember hanging out with him when I would go visit in the summers. He would put me to work at cashiering. This was a really, really poor place where they lived. And people knew that if they came to my grandfather and asked for a bag of groceries, he would give it to them. He believed also in giving them jobs. He was the person who taught me the value of a hand up. And he was a Democrat. Where we sit today, we have passed through, or are about to pass through, I'm guessing, a laundry list of tax credits. We have expanded the earned income tax credit. here in Colorado, which is in addition to the federal earned income tax credit. We have another one coming up right after this particular bill, the Family Affordable Tax Credit. We have tax credits for senior renters. Another one coming just if you meet certain income qualifications and rent. We have tax credits for specific occupations. Not for everybody, just for specific occupations. Candidly, I'm starting to get an anxiety disorder every time I walk into appropriations. Yesterday, we approved almost $900 million in one sitting in appropriations, almost $1 billion. Today, we were almost at 100 million. We're slacking. That is $1 billion in 2 days in tax credits and other expenditures. What the heck are we doing? In the special session, we normalized Tabor refunds. We said, just because you paid in doesn't mean you get the full amount that you're entitled to. No, because other people are more deserving of your money. That's what all these tax credits are saying, folks. Some of them are for economic development, some of them are to create jobs. We have a lot of ways that we are incentivizing behavior here. And when I think about that, when I think about the behavior that we are incentivizing, I worry about all these tax credits because I wonder where in the heck is the incentive to be a contributing and productive member of our society? Why bother? Is that what we want to incentivize? Because that's what's happening. You've heard from my colleagues, robbing Peter to pay Paul. What this is wealth redistribution. That's what this is. It is saying that these people over here deserve money more than these people, and it's picking winners and losers. I think we need to take a long look at how these tax credits are going to actually work when we run out of money. Who's going to be first in line? Really, who's going to be first in line? Members, I am not in support of this bill. And it's not because I don't support families. It's not because I believe that child poverty doesn't exist, because I do believe it exists. I think that we have ways that we can address these issues without truly robbing Peter to pay Paul, without redistributing wealth in this state of Colorado. I ask for your no vote.
Representative Hartsook.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So we have a bill that is going to, if passed, provide a significant tax refund. There's a saying, what the pen giveth, the pen taketh away. We've seen that extensively in the military. What's interesting about this bill is the Taxpayer Bill of Rights impact is well over $650 million to $700 million. The people, however, voted for the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. They said this is what they want. Numerous bipartisan polls show that that is still, by far and large, the most important thing in this state. Yet this legislative body, with a series of votes, and then if the governor signs this, ink on paper, will take what the people said they wanted and it will redistribute it to others. So then we get the question is, well, who needs it? The bill doesn't say that one need is greater than another need. Sometimes it's emphasized that our side of the aisle and our caucus doesn't care. Nothing could be further from the truth. Many of us have been business owners, business managers, like many of the folks on the other side of the aisle. The difference is in how we look at it. We encourage people to work hard. I learned that as a child from my parents. I learned how to work hard. And then, as you all know the rest of the story, 26 years in the Army. There was a saying when I enlisted, it was called "Be all you can be." If we advocated that more out of this chamber to the public, instead of tax credits, instead of a redistribution of wealth, if we encouraged people to be all they could be and showed them how to work hard and gave them a path to success, which capitalism has done better than any form in society or history. But no, we, this legislative body, on this bill, are going to do the proverbial pen taketh away from what the voters said they wanted under Tabor. I do not agree with that, because the people said this is what they wanted. They want their Taxpayer Bill of Rights. They want their refund. And why? Because it's their money. The government collected too much of it, and it should go back to the people. But this legislative body, through not only this bill, but numerous bills, as many of my colleagues have pointed out, are going to give that to different groups out there for different reasons. It would seem much more productive if we encouraged everybody to be the best that they could be. Get out there and strive the best. But somehow many people have lost that drive and that ambition. It's much more comfortable and easy to sit down and wait for a government handout, wait for taxes that are going to you, even when you don't have a Social Security number. What incentive is there if we say, it's okay, we'll give you money because of X, Y, and Z? We should be requiring them and encouraging them to be all they could be. That's how we get to be a better society. That's how we succeed. That's how we get more productive. Not by taking money from one sector and giving it to another sector, because that disadvantages the one that you're taking it from to give it to somebody else. And how does that help people? It doesn't. It gives them a temporary relief, and they look at that and go, oh, great, thank you. But what have they learned? They've learned that if they do nothing, they will get it. Are people in hard times? Absolutely. Are there families that are struggling? Absolutely. But if we showed them how to succeed, if we showed them how to be all they could be, if we gave them something to strive for, no different than in the early 60s when President Kennedy said, we're going to the moon. That was a national goal. That motivated countless people, young and old, to strive for that moonshot. I grew up as a kid going, oh, wow, that was really cool. I want to be an astronaut. Obviously, I didn't make it that far. But it was a goal. It was something to strive towards. I suggest we get back to that. I urge a no vote on this and rethinking of how we're doing things and starting to strive to be better people. Thank you so much.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, and it's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Members, I heard this bill in Finance and then again during the Committee of the Whole, and I did just want to say some things that perhaps the whole chamber hasn't really heard about this particular bill that was raised in Finance, and that's that the tax credit, the refundable tax credit that's being created here for families goes away in bad economic times. And in Finance, we raised the issue of if you're a struggling Colorado family, the time when you may need that refundable tax credit the most is going to be during bad economic times, not during good economic times. And this bill actually rewards people during good economic times, and then it takes away those funds during bad economic times. And I just want to raise an issue that if you become used to a certain level of spending and having a certain amount of dollars in your bank account, it's really difficult to ratchet down your spending and your lifestyle when economic times change. This bill puts that on steroids because we're handing out a refundable tax credit during the really good economic times. It means individuals get used to being able to spend more, be able to do more. But then during bad economic times, we yank it all back. And so the expectation that those dollars are going to be there, they're immediately pulled away. That's why a much better approach would be to have a tax reduction across the board, or actually for these particular families, we could actually eliminate the state income tax altogether, roll that forward. But what we're doing here, I'm afraid, over the course of time will leave families worse off than if we never created this policy. And I believe that that's something that every single member should consider before they make a vote. That on the face of it, it absolutely sounds like a good policy. But as you dive in and you look at how it actually will be treated, what the ramifications and the effects will be once we hit bad economic times, and the idea that we will always be a prosperous state bringing in more money than the previous year, history has proven that we always go through boom and bust. We will have times when the economy won't be as good. And then we're pulling back something that starts to look like an entitlement. And it means that these particular Coloradans, during the worst of economic times, have to now ratchet down their lifestyle even more because of House Bill 1311. The other aspect is it pulls, going forward, almost $700 million from our Tabor refunds. And as we've heard from others down here who've talked about these particular policies, it is in our Constitution. It is an expectation that when we exceed population plus inflation, that number, whatever it is, be returned to the people. It's a mathematical formula that's in our Constitution. And we need to honor that. We need to make sure that we are returning those dollars to those individuals. And each family will be getting a check. Now, they're going to be getting a little bit less of a check if this bill passes, and that there's still going to be individuals who are struggling even with this. I mean, it cuts off at 16, but there's still going to be multi-generational families that are together that certainly could benefit from having a few more dollars in their back pocket, and this bill does not consider them at all. So before we dive down this path, I just want to stress to everyone in this chamber the long-term consequences of what we're creating here and would urge a no vote. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you as well.
I have to say I wanted to get a few more minutes before I said anything here, so to make sure that I'm accurate. But I would like to challenge this title from the standpoint of the title says tax credit. It goes on to say connection therewith making an appropriation. But a tax credit, from my knowledge of taxes, is when you pay some portion back of what you paid in. So if I paid in $10,000 and I got $2,000 back, that's a tax credit from my definition and in my years of business. In this particular case, we are paying beyond what a taxpayer puts in. That's no longer a tax credit. You could call it a subsidy. You probably could put a lot of other terms on that, but it's no longer a tax credit. So my concern about this title, is it accurate? I don't think it is, because of the fact the calculations in this are very clear that you can go that a taxpayer that pays minimal taxes could get money that far exceeds what they put in. Not by a little, by a lot. So I don't want to talk too much more right now, but I want to talk with legal on that because I don't believe this title is remotely accurate. Well, I can't yet because I need to get some legal. So bear with me and let me talk to some people.
Representative DeGraff, you have 12 seconds remaining. He did not make a motion. Is there further discussion? Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you as well.
Thank you. Members, we've heard an awful lot this morning, over and over and over. But where I come from, in my personal feelings, is that if we want to do something with this Tabor refund, we should ask the people who sent us. People in my district will probably vote differently than some of the people in your districts, but it gives them an opportunity to decide what they would like to do with some of those dollars. You know, I have never really paid much attention to my Tabor refund because for some reason it's never been very big. But I do know there are folks that they depend on getting some of that Tabor funds back. And it doesn't seem right that we are asking them to give back in order to do good things. Government will never be charity. It can't be. But we're not allowing charity to help the people that could use some help, because government's always wanting to move forward and be the charity of choice with other people's money. You know, and I just don't get that. We've come a long way in allowing charity to help this country move forward. But in the recent past, a decade, let's say, charity has become less and less because the government is doing more and more. And when the government runs out of money, they turn in Colorado and look at ours and say, but we're not out of money. We still have a lot of money that we want to spend. And I'm concerned about that. One of the things that makes Colorado so very special is Tabor. You know, I have friends that live outside the state of Colorado, and they just are turned on by the fact that we get to vote on whether or not we raise tax, and we get money back from the state when we have these surpluses. I mean, it's attractive to people. I mean, we kind of tell the way we're growing. I think there's a lot of people that think it's a good idea. But what we're doing right now is taking from that attractive part. We're not doing anything that says, hey, we're going to do things differently in Colorado, because we are currently doing something different in Colorado. And for us to just continue to look at that dollar figure and figure out ways that we can spend it, looks to me like it'll hurt Colorado in the long run way more than we have probably thought about it. So, you've heard an awful lot about Tabor and about the refund and all those things. I wanted to add what I had to say so that we might think about this a little differently. It's not just a big bucket. It also belongs to other people. So with that, I'd ask for a no vote on this bill.
Representative DeGraff, 12 seconds.
I move House Bill 241134 to second reading committee of the whole.
There has been a motion to move House Bill 1311 back to second reading. Is there discussion? Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. And I rise in support of this motion because we are currently having a sidebar conversation about what the definition of a tax credit is and whether it can exceed what a taxpayer has actually paid in taxes, and what can actually be refundable, or if it needs to be rolled forward. And those are very much important questions that we need time to be able to filter out, to be able to debate as a full chamber the merits of very important, crucial words, that being what is a tax credit. And that's why moving back to the committee of the whole, where we can dive into those particular definitions, or that one of tax credit, is critical for us to be able to consider the merits of this legislation. And I fully support the motion. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So, refund. I think we can maybe just get back to the basics. A refund would be from me to me. That seems pretty basic, from me to me. And a mechanism is a machine or a process to carry out the intent. So a refund mechanism would be a means by which to return to me the money that came from me. Now, a refund scheme, I wouldn't even say it's a refund scheme, it's a scheme that would take money from me and give it to somebody else. Now, I'm not opposed to giving my money to somebody else. I do it all the time. I like having 10% of my paycheck put into a special account so I can write checks out of it whenever I want to worthy causes or ongoing causes that I like to support. It's kind of lazy, I get it. I just like it to be automatic. So I'm not opposed to taking my money and giving it to somebody else. I am opposed to you taking my money and giving it to somebody else because what you're doing is ultimately you're not giving this money to somebody else. You're not giving my money to somebody else. You're giving my money, you're giving the money that was extracted out of the pockets of taxpayers by force, you're giving that money to you, to yourselves. You're giving that money to yourselves. You're giving that money to the coffers, to the General Assembly, to spend on what you want to spend it on. So this is not some benevolent, we're giving the money to somebody else. This is you're taking the money that's extracted from the citizens of Colorado and giving it to yourselves. And then what you're doing is you're saying, for right now, in order to make this money, this more palatable, of taking it, your money, and putting it in your pocket, taking my money and putting it in your pockets, is what you're doing is you're saying, well, for the time being, we're going to give it to somebody else and pretend like we're virtuous. So you get to pretend that you're virtuous with somebody else's money. It's quite obscene. It's still theft. When you take the money from one person to yourself, it's theft. You can tell yourself all you want that it's for the purpose of giving it to somebody else, but it's really not. It's for the purpose of buying something for yourself. It's to purchase the feeling of virtue for yourself with somebody else's money. So a refund mechanism, would be, and it's pretty straightforward, and I see, and this is how it's interpreted all the time, a refund mechanism, that the General Assembly gets to choose the refund mechanism. Well, the mechanism is the process by which a refund is made, by which a person A's money is returned to person A. That could be by check. That could be by cash. That could be with pennies, quarters, gold. That would be the mechanism. The scheme, the trickery, the smoke and mirrors is taking it for yourself to buy false virtue. And then what about when my colleague mentioned there is no surplus and you've created an entitlement? Then what happens? What happens when you create this progressive income tax that you want so badly? And you end up with the runaway inflation of the tax code, because it happens. It happened before. It had to be reset hard. It jump-started our economy. This is just taking us back to the beginning of that process. Because when you rob Peter to pay Paul, you're going to get Paul's vote, to vote you more money, to vote Paul more money. And then you can vote a little bit higher progressive tax code. I forgot to look up what number that was in Mark's top 10 of eliminating the middle class caste. But it's there. You can look it up. I love how instead of actually doing the work, because Proposition HH was met with defeat because the people of Colorado saw through that smoke and mirrors, of creating a upper line for the tax code so that there would eventually never be any surplus below it, which would give you the permission just to spend and spend and spend and spend on all your good intentions. So, this refers to a refund mechanism. A refund mechanism, a refund would be from the person to the person, from me to me, from you to you. And then you do with it, then everybody can do with their money, their own money, what they want. I'm just always surprised that there are so many in here that are so in favor of a police state that will extract by force excess money from the pockets of Coloradans so that they can purchase purchase pretend virtue for themselves. If people need relief, like you say they do, and they do, they need relief from this General Assembly. They need relief from the tax, the regulation, the energy prices that you inflict on them every single day. You inflict it on the poor, and then you say, well, we're going to give somebody else the money. Fix your energy policy. Stop basing it on a superstition. 1 part in a trillion. That's all. 40 parts in a million.
Representative DeGraff,
mathematically.
that has literally nothing to do with this bill.
Well, okay. The energy policy that this General Assembly creates is inflicting pain on the people of Colorado, and the General Assembly is saying that they need relief from that pain that the General Assembly is inflicting on them. So that is the energy policy is part of the pain. It's a tax that the General Assembly is saying that the people of Colorado need relief. They need to get, the General Assembly is saying that, yes, we need to give the people of Colorado some breathing room from the boot of taxation. And they do. But instead of looking at what that boot of taxation is, you just reach into somebody else's pocket and take a little bit more. That's all you're doing. You're just taking a little bit more out of somebody else's pocket. You can call it whatever you want. It's not sustainable. It ends up hurting the people that you're pretending to help. The people who say they're looking out for the little guy, they've got their boot on the neck of the little guy. I recommend an aye vote on this. Let's send this back. Let's get a determination on, can you give somebody, on just basic definitions of the word, is a refund giving someone else's money, giving my money to somebody else because it makes you feel good? Is that a refund? Is that truly a refund? Is that a mechanism or a scheme? I contend it's a scheme. I contend it's theft. So I recommend an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I also rise in favor of this motion to refer back to seconds, and here's why. As we've had this discussion today, it's come up a couple of times. What happens when the money runs out, when there is no taxpayer Bill of Rights refunds to fund this tax credit? And I don't think this was something that was ironed out on seconds, and I found it just here in the fiscal note that I want to read to you as an issue that needs to be resolved on seconds. This credit becomes available for a tax year when either the Legislative Council staff or the Office of State Planning and Budgeting prepares their forecast for the tax year. If that forecast indicates that revenue will not exceed the referendum C cap, so that's the taxpayer Bill of Rights cap, or will not exceed the cap by enough to fully fund the homestead exemption reimbursements to local government, then the credit does not become available for the tax year. In other words, what the fiscal note is telling us is that this tax credit, which is really taking well over $1 billion out of Tabor, out of the taxpayer Bill of Rights refund, this is only available in years where there is actually taxpayer Bill of Rights excess money for the state to spend. In years where the taxpayer Bill of Rights does not have excess money for the state to be able to spend, then this tax credit doesn't exist. So I think that this should go back to seconds so that we can discuss things like the very title of the bill, Family Affordability Tax Credit. Because as I read the fiscal note and I look at the title of the bill, what it appears to me is this is a family affordability tax credit only when the state can spend taxpayer Bill of Rights refund money. In the years where the state can't spend that taxpayer Bill of Rights refund money, then there's nothing that happens for family affordability. And so I also rise in support of the motion to re-refer this back to seconds so that we can iron out, does this actually help families with affordability, or is this just another way to spend well over $1 billion of taxpayer money in those years where taxpayer Bill of Rights refunds are available, which I continue to assert is in violation of what our citizens have repeatedly told us at the ballot box over the last several years. So I rise in support of this motion.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I too rise in support of this motion. And I come back talking about the term tax credit. I think I'm going to surprise everybody in this room when I say no place in statute or in our state constitution is the definition of tax credit spelled out, nor is the term refundable tax credit spelled out. My concern on that is we can make tax credit whatever we feel like. And is that right? In my humble estimation, a tax credit is a credit against a tax liability that we have paid. So very simply, my tax liability was $10,000 and I paid that. Any portion that I get back off of that $10,000 is a tax credit. And if it's sent to me directly, it's a refundable tax credit. However, when we go beyond the tax credit is something else. And therefore, I think this needs to go back. I would also encourage us in maybe our off time is let's once and for all define what a tax credit and a refundable tax credit, what those two terms are from a legal standpoint. Because we don't have the right as a body to interpret those different terms in each and every bill that we do. That's not proper. And I would almost guarantee our federal government does have a very precise definition of what a tax credit and what a refundable tax credit, what they are. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on this motion, the question before us is to refer 1311 back to second reading. Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representatives Byrd, Bradfield, Doherty, Holtorf, Joseph, Mabry, Story, Weinberg, and Young. Representatives Joseph, Mabry, and Story are excused and fined $2. Please close the machine. The The fines are adding up. Don't you worry about it. With 16 aye votes, 41 no votes, and 8 excused, the motion is lost. I'm sorry. Say that again? Oh. Okay, I was informed that I did not say please close the machine. Mr. Randall, please close the machine. I will now re-announce the results. With 17 aye votes, 40 no votes, and 8 excused, the motion to refer back to second reading is lost. We are back to the underlying motion for the passage of House Bill 1311. It looks like there's further discussion. Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I think we've all heard that this is a bill that we feel, our side feels, is robbing Peter to pay Paul. I wish I could eloquently express it like the good representatives from Douglas County. When I was growing up, I lived in a middle-income home, but my parents didn't give me anything. I had to work for everything. When I was 10 years old, I mowed yards for a living with a very heavy, heavy lawnmower in the deep south, which was very, very hot. I mowed 5 a week, and I got paid for that so that I could pay for things that I wanted. And so then I went to college, and I worked 2 different jobs to pay my way through college. And I went to get my master's degree, and I'm still paying for that. And so I wonder why we take away the ability for people to work hard, why we feel like we need to incentivize them out of working hard. Because for me, working hard meant that I went on to get a master's degree. And I'm trying to figure out why me paying more taxes is going to give someone else the benefit of a tax credit. Why me working hard and paying my way through school comes back to bite me. Me working hard and making more money comes back for me paying in more and someone receiving that. I also waited to have kids until I was older. I was 32 before I had my first child because my husband and I did not feel financially stable to have children at a young age. My sister had a baby at 19. She made it work. She didn't get government handouts. She didn't get anything. She worked hard. She worked hard. She's a school teacher, and she made it work. I waited until I was financially responsible to have children, and now I'm going to pay the consequences of that because this bill is not going to reward me for those decisions that I made. We have heard over and over that the people have voted to protect our taxpayer Bill of Rights. And bills like this are telling those people that we do not care. We are going to come after your taxpayer Bill of Rights, whether you vote for them or not. Whether it's a constitutional amendment protected by the state, we are going to continue to bring bills to decrease that. Each qualified taxpayer this year gets a refund of $800. Double filers get $1,600. That's important to me and my constituents. They need that. Property taxes are through the roof. Inflation's through the roof. Gas is through the roof. Groceries are through the roof. Electricity is through the roof. They need $1,600 back because everyone gets a piece of that pie. But not with this bill. With this bill, we're going to give it back to people that we think deserve it. It's not good legislation. It's not good legislation to pick winners and losers. The chief mechanism for this relief is the redistribution of money, forward, backward, and sideways. The state government takes money from one taxpayer and gives it to another, more deserving, one based on whatever that government standard of compassion demands. So I tell that to my seniors in Douglas County. Sorry, you're not eligible. I tell that to my double-income parents working their tails off to survive. Sorry, you're not eligible. The single moms and dads in my district get no tax credit if they make too much money because we in this chamber are going to pick who gets to win. But guess what? You still are going to pay into the system. We are still going to collect your taxes, but we get to decide who gets that tax credit back. And since we like numbers, An unmarried Coloradan who makes $25,000 a year and has one 5-year-old child will claim $2,600 from the new family affordability tax credit, $1,200 from the existing child tax credit, and about $1,500 from the existing state earned income tax credit in the year 2024. That amounts to $5,478.10 in refundable state tax credits. And you're going to tell the people in my county that they can't have $800 back because we're going to spend $1 billion of the surplus? Is that what we're telling people in our districts? Wow. I am not telling you that. I am not here to pick winners and losers. The people in my community work hard. And what lessons are learned by anyone who chooses unwisely when a big government is standing at the ready to mitigate the consequences of poor decisions? We are the nanny state. You make bad decisions, we will reward you. You don't want to work hard, we will reward you. You don't want to wait until things are affordable, we will reward you. And for the people that are paying their taxes, keep paying them because we're going to keep taking from you. There's nothing more to say. People have voted to protect Tabor time and time again. People have said, I want my taxpayer bill of rights. We've tried many times in this body to put it out to the people and say, no, it's bad. It robs the state education fund. It's bad, it's this, it's that. And the people have said, we don't believe you. We want our taxpayer bill of rights to be protected. We want the constitutional amendment that protects it to stay. And now we're going to say with this bill that we're going to take $1 billion and redistribute that wealth to people that compassionately we feel like needs our help. And I would say the good representative from El Paso said that. If you feel that way, then donate your paycheck. If you feel that way, then open your house up. If you feel that way, then do better for your community. But you don't get to legislate onto my constituents that they have to choose that. This bill is the definition of theft. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. You know it gets serious when I come down here with a law book. Fellow colleagues, something from the representative from Douglas, Highlands Ranch, sparked my interest a little bit, so I've been doing some research while we're kind of going over our concerns. So, and I've spoken to both the bill sponsors, and again, I hate to spring this, and I don't mean to do it, but again, when something comes up like this, I feel it needs to be addressed. So, I'd like permission to offer a third reading amendment. Before I go into the amendment, I want to explain what sparked my interest here a little bit. So, in the bill itself, the definition of somebody who's here in the state of Colorado, it's broadly defined on page 341, Title 39. I won't read this and waste your time, but there's such a broad definition, and I'll give you the example as to what I've been mulling over for the past half hour here. If somebody comes into Colorado from South Africa and spends 6 months and 1 day in the state, they will be eligible for the full tax return literally without spending a dime while being here. I mean, obviously that's impossible. You have to spend some money, right? But not even come close to the money output of tax for an input of what you receive from the taxpayer for the state. So I want to do a quick example on this one. Right now, the tax rate, or excuse me, the rate for money between the United States and South Africa, the country, is 18 times. So the max of 3,000 plus equals 54,000 rand, R-A-N-D, which is the currency of the country of South Africa, Republic of South Africa. Somebody, and I heard arguments of, not everyone would be taking advantage of this, but if we could stop even one person from taking advantage, of taxpayer money that's your taxpayer, I think that that's responsible. So somebody could literally come from the country of South Africa, spend 6 months and 1 day in the state of Colorado, be eligible for this tax credit, which is you and me and all of our constituents, go back to South Africa for 5 months and 30 days or whatever the mathematics works out to, and they could live off of the currency of 54,000 Rand. So the only amendment that I would ask permission to run is that we adjust, and I would like permission to move this amendment on third readings. And then in short, the amendment very well says that it's an individual who is lawfully present in the United States.
The motion before us is request for permission for a third reading amendment. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representatives Ortiz and Winter, please vote. Representative Ortiz is excused. Speaker McCluskey is excused. Please close the machine. With 17 aye votes, 41 no votes, and 7 excused, the request for permission for a third reading amendment is lost. Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. What a shock. Probably didn't see that one coming. I did, but understandable. I'm going to continue to work on this amendment through the Senate. I think fiscal responsibility is our duty, regardless of whether we're Democrats or Republicans in this room. People that pay taxes should be responsible to receive their taxes back, and that is, I don't know why that's just a weird thing to do in this room. I'm just going to continue on to the bill. I want to make sure that everyone understands a few things. Does anybody know the amount of Tabor excess that gets brought into the state? Because I didn't. When I first saw the fiscal note of $655 million and then the additional fiscal year of $695 million, boy, oh boy, did I get a little scared. Not to mention, I have 2 bills up myself today that have similar impacts. And if I'm not doing my research on this type of stuff, then I would consider myself a fool to be before you as a fiscal conservative. So doing some research with this bill, 655 in the first one. Tabor, as I've stated multiple times in this chamber and in this building, is one of the most logical things in the country. If a government has an excise tax on you, it is their duty and their job to return that money back to your pocket. I wouldn't exactly have a problem with this bill if this impacted everybody, but now we're choosing classes. So, for instance, what's stopping anybody from adjusting their income, making less money to be a part of these brackets? In 2022, 2023, the excess amount of money that came into the government's hands was $3.56 billion. I want to do this again because I know my accent kind of throws off a little bit. I'm not saying million with M for Mike. I'm saying billion, B for Bravo. $3.56 billion. What that means is that the government overcharged you and everyone you know and everyone you voted for or voted for you in excess of 3.56. 23-24 is 1.82. This bill with 655 million, M for Mike, 25% of a tax that was overtaxed. I'm failing to wrap my head around all these numbers. It's a lot of money. And you're not helping everybody. In fact, I would make the argument that all you're going to do is chase people out of the state, and this is only going to shrink. And then there's going to end up being no more money left when we keep doing these types of things. And this is where I drive my concern. There are so many nonprofit organizations out there that responsibly take care of individuals that are in our communities, in our very own communities, north, south, east, west, of all this, the whole state. I don't know why we would be playing with such numbers. I really don't. And my final concern is, which I've addressed prior with obviously asking for the amendment to be run, we should have deep concern that anybody, even if it's one person that could take advantage of a state tax that you and I pay into, we should all be concerned about that. And to scoff off at $3,000 and say, oh, well, it's one person, it's $3,000, whatever it is, when the same bill that came into the chamber to increase your salaries, every penny should be accounted for. And we shouldn't scoff at that. $3,000 is a lot of money to some people. Maybe some of you in this chamber with how you spoke to that increase of salary bill. And we should take that seriously. Nobody should be eligible to receive money from a taxpayer in the state that is not paid in appropriately. And that's the literal argument on one amendment, one small thing that would just get me to a tiny bit, and I shouldn't say me, to my district. This is not personal. This is the city of Loveland. This is House District 51. These are the concerns of my constituents, upwards of 90,000. This would get them to a slightly bit better place. Would they vote yes if the amendment was on there? Probably not. But it would get them to a better place to the point of, you understand that somebody who's not paying into the system would not be receiving. So I appreciate you taking the time. I don't mean to waste anybody's time. I thought you wanted to hear these numbers. We've got to protect this stuff. And we've got to be fiscally conservative with people's money that we're spending in this state. $655 million to start with, $695 million to continue on. Not to mention what happens next year with the next bill that comes down the pipe. At minimum, I would urge you to consider my amendments through the Senate. I know you're going to vote yes on it, but at minimum, make sure that somebody who's living here, paying their fair share, paying their taxes, paying their wages, they're the ones that are going to be receiving the refund. Thank you.
Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. You know, it's maybe I'm just kind of a nerd on this stuff, but I'm having flashbacks because last year we had 23-13-11. Actually, same sponsor, same sort of general area. Last year that bill normalized our return. And for those that are visiting the chamber, they might be confused about all this Tabor talk, and what a Tabor refund is a Tabor refund is an excess. We accidentally, as in the state, our bad, grabbed more of your money than we should have. And so you would expect it for us to correct that error. We would simply say, oops, we grabbed too much of your money, here's your money back. And if we grabbed $1,000 of your money, I think you would probably want $1,000 of it back. Last year, we said, nope, that's not the way it works. You don't get all that back. You get, at the time, it was $611 back. This year, same bill number, same sort of deal that we on this side of the aisle deal with a lot, which is the question of the day is, what are we going to have to fight against to save Tabor? It is a unique thing. Colorado is unique in the fact that we have in our Constitution that if we take too much of your money, we're going to give it back to you. So last year we normalized that. We said, well, we're not going to give you all of your money back. I know we accidentally took 1,000 this year, but we're only going to give you 600 of it back. And those are really conservative numbers. For those that paid $10,000, guess what? You still get $611 back, or you that paid 20 or 30 or whatever. This goes at another attack on it. This actually reduces it even more. This is 25% of all of that overage that should come back is now going to be redistributed to somebody else that in some cases didn't even pay taxes. They didn't even pay any money at all, and they were able to get a post office box and file a claim and show that they didn't make the proper amount of money, so they're going to get cash money back in their pocket. I think it's just important that we explain kind of what we're doing here. And for us, we do this a lot in this chamber. We put fancy names behind it that make it seem like we're doing something good. But when you really dig into what's going on here, it's really not fair. It's not nice for those hardworking Coloradans that had their money accidentally overtaken. Like, oops, we took too much. And now we're going to decide with your extra money where it goes. Just not fair. To simplify it for the school kids that are in the room, it's not fair. If somebody grabs your lunch money and they didn't use it all, for them to not give you all that money back, it's not very fair. So, like I've said before on bills, this is a bad bill. Vote no.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Some might see this bill through the eyes of a moral imperative, having the moral authority to provide aid to the poor, and to provide that aid by taking from the category deemed rich. And I just wanted to make a point on the record about how those two categories are fluid. In fact, you may know this, but those folks that presently today find themselves in the lowest economic bracket, say that you divide it into 20s. So the first 0 to 20%, right, of our income, the poorest of the poor today. 95% of those individuals will move out of that bracket and into higher brackets within no more than 15 years. 95%. In fact, more of them reach the top 20%. More of those who start out at the bottom 20% will reach the top 20% than will stay in the bottom 20%. It's fluid. 56% of all Americans will actually find themselves in the top 10% of those income brackets, in that top wealthiest category at some point in their lives. And those who are classified in the 1% category, many of them will only stay there for a year. Why is that? It's because as people develop skills and job experience, build wealth over time, they move from one into the next. There is an income mobility here. And so I point that out because there might be some in the room who think we're helping the poorest of the poor because they're always poor. That's not actually what's happening with this. And in fact, somebody who was in that poor category 4 years ago may now be in a higher category and are no longer benefited by this. And so I just wanted to put that on the record for further food for thought. These are not static groups. And to think systemically that somehow there is a requirement that society owes certain groups certain things because of the fact that they're in one group or another is just not borne out by the data. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf, you have 1 minute and 31 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I only need about 10 seconds. Thank everybody for your attention on this robust debate. We've had very good discussion. People have been professional and open. And so I really appreciate that as we move through these very difficult bills. So thank you very much. And I think, oh, there's a surprise here. I'll yield the well.
Representative Soper, you have 5 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. And I appreciate Representative Holtorf being brief. That's amazing. Members, I wanted to come up here because we've had a very long debate about this, and certainly this bill needs a lot more work. Perhaps this is not the year we should be bringing the bill. That's why, per Rule 33A, I move to strike the enacting clause.
That is a proper motion. Is there discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is to strike the enacting clause. Mr. Schiebel, give us just a moment. This is a rarely used motion. Mr. Schiebel, let me repeat the question. The question before us is to strike the enacting clause of House Bill 1311. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Ricks is excused. Please close the machine. With 18, please close the machine. With 18 aye votes, 45 no votes, and 2 excused, the motion is lost. We are back to the underlying motion to pass House Bill 1311. Representative Bottoms, let me give you an update on how much time you have remaining when my screen refreshes. You have 6 minutes and 13 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. This would be easy and quick. We do these kind of things over and over and over, but this is, I guess, more for the cameras. These things will become legal actions, and we're trying to do the best we can to stop it here before it goes to that. We're trying to do the best we can to not embarrass this whole room, well, most of the room. And so this is going to be another legal thing. Just making sure we have that precedent set on camera.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1311 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 43 aye votes, 21 no votes, and 1 excused, House Bill 1311 is passed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1448.
House Bill 1448 by Representatives McCluskey and Bacon, also Senators Lundin and Zenzinger, concerning the creation of a modernized approach to funding public education.
Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move House Bill 1448 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the passage of House Bill 1448 on third reading and final passage. Speaker McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It is an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you as well, Madam Speaker.
I request permission to run a third reading amendment to House Bill 1448.
Please explain.
Members, yesterday we were working on trigger language for the need to ensure sustainability of the implementation of a new finance formula. We wanted to clarify with this amendment that this begins January 1st, 2025, in advance of the implementation of the formula. So we have made that correction and clarification in two different spots. I ask for an aye vote.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Thank you to the sponsors. I know the trigger language was very much needed in order to help with the sustainability aspect of the bill that we all want to support. So we appreciate the work that you've done to make sure it's consistent throughout the bill. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on the permission motion? Seeing none, the question before us is permission for a third reading amendment. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representatives Garcia and Marshall. Please close the machine. With 59 aye votes, 3 no votes, and 3 excused, permission is granted for a third reading amendment. Speaker McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move L048 to House Bill 1448 and ask that it be properly displayed.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Members, again, in 3 different sections, we are highlighting the effective date of this bill to clarify that it begins January 1st of 2025 and then 26 each year after. When the JBC makes their mid-year budget review, they will also at that point ensure the sustainability, viability of the implementation of the formula. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L48. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, Catlin, Lynch, Taggart, Valdez. Please close the machine. With 61 aye votes, 1 no vote, and 3 excused, Amendment L48 is passed. To the bill, is there discussion? Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you as well.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, colleagues. And I just wanted to explain myself a little bit. I don't come down here very often to explain myself on House Bill 1448, which seeks to modernize our approach to public education. I want to thank Speaker McCloskey and AML Bacon for her work on behalf of all school children in Colorado. And today, I will be voting yes. I will be voting yes to keep the bill moving forward because of all the work the sponsors have done with BVA and BVSD. And as you've seen, they've just passed this amendment for stronger language. I am so grateful to the Boulder Valley School District, lobbyists, and superintendent for fighting on behalf of all our children and children in Boulder as well. I want to express gratitude for being a member of the Boulder delegation. I know this is not the greatest piece of legislation ever written, but it is, and it has a long way to go. The fact that BVSD is willing to go neutral on the bill to see the process through is truly humbling to me. This bill is a step in the right direction for fairness and equity for all Colorado students, a step to give all children a chance to learn. Every child, no matter their background, deserves a quality education. Quality educations comes from adequate funding. We are not done yet by voting yes on this bill. The requested amendment, even with the requested amendment, we must fully fund education because we know even in Boulder, a wealthy district, we have indigent, ESL, and IEP children. We have to close the gap around the state, but we must also close the gap in these wealthy suburban areas. Again, I'm going to be a yes with the amendments, and I'm grateful to be serving the people of BVSD and San Fernando Valley School District. In conclusion, I'm committed to continue to work to ensure that we provide equitable education for all. And again, I want to thank Speaker McCloskey and AML Bacon for all the work that they are doing in the education space. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. This was a question that had happened yesterday, and I think it's something that, and I'm sorry that it didn't really, at least I didn't hear the answer. I do disagree with the, I like the idea of a quality education. I think some of our curriculum are varying wildly from that, and this does not address that issue. This is assuming that the money is well spent, and I would like to assume that it is well spent. But we can't just say that a good education comes from adequate funding, because then we put ourselves in this loop where poor education requires more funding, and the reward for poor education would be more funding. So, talking with some different counties, I won't say the county, but there was an issue where they had 6 administrators per teacher. And I just think that we probably need more teachers than we do administrators. I would like to think that the system, it would be better with more teachers, with less bureaucratic load and more teacher availability. So this is not against teachers. I would like to have more teachers. But I don't really see how this fixes our issues. When my colleague yesterday asked the question and said, we have about $18,000, when you look at all the funding sources, $18,000 per student per year, well, you know I'm going to think about the math on that a little bit. So if I think about the math on that a little bit, and I think a reasonable class size would maybe be 20, like a teacher's responsible for 20 students in a semester in a given time, on average. I think it's a little bit lower than it is, which I don't think is fair to the teachers. But again, if we're valuing administration over the teachers, then that's the system that we're going to get. If we have teachers that have 25 and 30 overall that they're responsible for, say a homeroom teacher that is following those students, I think that's not doing the students a favor, and I think we ought to focus on, so if I was going to run an amendment, I would say something like we should have no more than 2 administrators per teacher, because the example was given to me where there were 6 administrators per teacher, and that was in the county. I don't know what kind of administrator load how that requires that sort of load. Usually it's not because of overwhelming competence. But that's on the administrator side. I would like to see that money put in towards teachers. And if we're putting it into admin and we're not focused on, and what we're focused on here is we're focused on saying the way to higher better education is adequate funding. Well, I think if you look at statistically, that is not true. I'm not saying the schools don't need this money, because again, teachers I think teachers, if you look at that, are paid. They cost around $100,000, $110,000 per year. Now they don't get paid all that, don't get me wrong, but that's with benefit packages and all that. That's about the cost from looking at the education materials. So if a teacher costs $100,000 a year, a student is reimbursed $18,000 a year. A classroom times 20 would be $360,000 per year. So for a classroom of 20, you would have about $360,000 per year represented. Now, if you look at a 1,000 square foot room, or 1,000 square foot for those 20 kids, that would be about 50 square foot per kid. And a 1,000 square foot room at construction standards probably about 300 square foot, $300 per square foot, $300,000 for that class space, that school space that is going to be used by those kids. And you amortize that, you'd probably get around $30,000 per year to amortize that thing. So out of the $360,000, right now, you have $230,000 left. So you have a teacher for 20 kids. You have a good-sized classroom, 50 square foot of academic space for those kids. And we haven't even we've spent only about 1/3 of that on what I would consider the primary aspects of that student's education: the teacher and the space to teach. So the teacher and the space to teach, by the numbers that we have, and I'd love to be wrong on this, we're spending about 1/3 of the education dollars on teachers, on the primary parts of the child's education, the teacher and the room. So this goes to the example of years ago. We homeschooled our kids for a lot of ways. We did put them in public school. My daughter did make it into Harvard. My son made it into Coast Guard Academy, Air Force Academy, Naval Academy. So it was not a harm to them. So don't worry, they did all right. And one's on a full ride at NMT. So they did all right with homeschool and German school. But $360,000. When we're looking at this a long time ago, the example was your education is better the closer you are to the student success is more closely correlated to proximity to the Canadian border than it is to money spent on the education. And sometimes you'd have to look at it and say the more the money that's spent on education, the worse the education gets. I don't know why that is. So we can't just look at this and say adequate funding, because we are creating a system where adequate funding, where failure will demand more money. And that's a really bad system to get into. It's an expected system that this body would get into, but that is the system. So $230,000, so let's just knock some of that off. So $200,000 per that classroom. All I can figure out is that, now you're going to have some athletic fields, you're going to have some athletic buildings, etc. That's amortized over all those students. But it's not their primary education. And so I think if this bill was actually serious about education as opposed to simply looking for more funding, I think we would look at something like that. And I wish I would have had that example. It would be an amendment maybe for next year that I think would be that we would have a limit on administrators. and we would just simply put a cap on that. Make sure that our money is being spent on teachers. Because when I listen in this room, I never hear anybody say what we need is more administrators. What I hear a lot of is we need more teachers, we need better teachers, we need better pay for teachers. Yet we have a system that creates a bureaucracy that is incentivized to grow. And it's incentivized to grow, and it penalizes the very people that this room verbalizes that it says it values the most. So I think redoing the formula funding for this is fantastic. I think there's some really good ideas in it. I don't think it addresses the core issues. I think the core issues is how that money is spent. And the other part that you can't neglect, and when we say that the child's education is primarily based on adequate funding, and then we value administrators over teachers, and then we value money over parental involvement, the true measure of success of students in schools is how involved their parents are. The more involved the parents, the better the student is going to perform. It doesn't really matter how good the teacher is. If the parents aren't involved, and they're not motivating the kids. So I'm sure I certainly don't think there was anything to really defend the previous formula. So I really hope that this formula is better, but I do think that it neglects the actual core parts of what our kids need for success.
Representative DeGraff, you have 26 seconds remaining.
Which is parental success and more teachers than administrators.
Representative Story.
Thank you, Pro Tem DeGruy Kennedy. I appreciate that. Members, first I want to offer thanks to the sponsors for bringing 1448, okay, forward. I agree with the sponsors that we need a new, modern, flexible, student-centered School Finance Act. And there is a lot to like in House Bill 1448. There is a focus on rural schools, and that's important. There's differentiation of small schools by geographic location. There's an update data for cost of living factor, and we can all agree that using data from 1994 to make our current allocations is not really the best policy. There's increased funding for higher cost students, especially for special ed, at-risk, and ELL. Still, I'm concerned with many provisions of House Bill 1448. If we are making a new School Finance Act, one that will likely last for years, possibly decades, we should at least have a discussion about some other key issues. So let's take the opposition. Yesterday it was said the opposition was just about 5 school districts. But those 5 districts represent over 220,000 students. 220,000 students out of about 850,000 students across Colorado. That's nearly 26% of our students. Don't 26% of Colorado students count in those 5 school districts? Shouldn't we at least listen to their concerns and find out why those 5 districts are objecting? Again, dismissing them as just 5 districts out of 178 ignores the real issues they face in providing comprehensive public education to their diverse communities. They struggle with hiring challenges just like rural schools do, just like all of Colorado does. And each of these 5 districts has just emerged from 13 years of the BS factor, just like every other school district in Colorado. That doesn't bring them to full funding, and their opposition should not be ignored. On the mill levy overrides. Yesterday, the issue of mill levy overrides was raised. One of the sponsors said nothing should restrict one district from going to the voters and seeking additional funds. But I strongly disagree with that richer should get richer comment. Mill levy overrides were never designed to provide unlimited additional funds for certain districts. That's why we have a cap. And now exceeding the cap in the bill will exacerbate the inequities between districts. We already have inequities between districts relative to mill levy overrides. And it will exacerbate these inequities with the students that they serve. I love it that one county got voter approval for technology, buses, teacher salaries. All of this was described yesterday. All districts should have those things, and every student and teacher and staff should work in such districts. But many districts have no property wealth, or they're tax averse, and have zero override dollars. Zero override dollars. Who speaks up for the students in these districts who can't get override dollars now and still won't be able to get override dollars even if we increase the mill levy cap? The issue of exceeding override caps wasn't studied as part of the recent school finance task force. There is still a lot we could learn there. Other states have override caps, just as Colorado does. Districts that want to exceed the cap in these states are limited in what they collect. And in many states, half of overrides over a certain amount go to the district. The other half covers a portion of their state aid. This way, everyone benefits. Some of their override consumes part of their state aid, which means there's additional state dollars for other districts that don't have overrides. Did the sponsors explore such beneficial funding mechanisms? It could be a benefit for Colorado. And what about student equity? The sponsors said again and again that we need to drive more resources to students who are most at risk of falling behind. That includes more resources for students who wrong page, who are qualified as at-risk English language learners or qualify for special education services. I agree strongly that the state needs to vary its funding to address the added costs associated with these types of students, for all of them. But in many ways, this bill will not do that. Let me repeat, the sponsors have said that this bill will drive more resources to those students who are most in need. But that is prohibited from happening in many cases because of current statute which is not amended by this bill. It will continue to use strict percentage allocations at the district level between neighborhood and charter schools. This will blur the lines between the types of students attending each type of school. These statutory mandates will not allow the money to follow the students in many cases. If we turn the clock ahead 5 years, if someone wants to measure actual student achievement based on these new student-based allocations, there will be no way to measure that relationship, because some students will receive much more of this additional funding, even while they don't have the student body representation to receive that funding, which means other students who should be receiving that funding to assist in those services will not be getting that money. There's just not that consistency to be able to measure that relationship. Members, we should not be discussing a new School Finance Act in its first House on day 113 of the session. These issues are too important. This bill impacts the districts of every single member in this chamber and every member under the dome. And potentially what we do here today will be long-lasting. Yes, House Bill 24-1448 has some improvements, as I've shared, but it still has too many shortcomings to earn my support. I urge a no vote.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, and it's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you as well.
Members, I don't normally come down on third reading for any bill, but I feel it's really critical to talk about how impactful this is going to be to rural Colorado, my area, the San Luis Valley and Pueblo, and what this means for our students in that area. So I'm going to go through a couple numbers, and again, this is the first year increase that's going to happen with this. So Alamosa County has Alamosa School District, almost $500,000 increase. Sangre de Cristo, $86,000 increase. North Conejos, $305,000. Sanford, $142,000. South Conejos, $53,000. Centennial, $53,000. Sierra Grande, $128,000. Huerfano, $105,000. Creed, $13,000. Pueblo City, $962,000. Pueblo Rural, $1.4 million. Del Norte, $129,000. My hometown of Mata Vista, $203,000. And Sargent at $44,000 increase. So some quick cowboy math. Adds up to about $3.26 million increase into some of the poorest counties in this state. Let me say that again, $3.26 million into the poorest counties in this state that have not benefited in 30 years off of this formula. Now, Valley Math can't tell me how much money has been lost in the last 30 years off of this, but I can tell you it's a heck of a lot more than that. So why am I speaking on this again today? I want to reiterate this. For 30 years, a generation's worth of students in my area, my neck of the woods, who I'm a product of, my brother is a product of, my family is a product of, have been functioning off of this formula that has not benefited them. So for 30 years, we have been okay saying, this part of the state, it's okay. And the Valley, Pueblo, Huerfano, we've all said we will do more with less. And we will continue to do our best with the money that we have allotted. And we're still going to produce what we can produce with the fewer dollars. But we have an opportunity here today to change that narrative in the state and say, we are not going to do this anymore. We are going to put money where it is needed the most. We are going to put money into the areas that we have not done before. And why? Because it's the right thing to do. Because we haven't done it in a generation. And we can say today, enough is enough. We are going to put pen to paper, we are going to sign our names and say, today is the day that we invest and ensure that another generation of students here in Colorado do not have to go through what we've gone through. I'm ready to make that commitment. I also want to talk about what some of this funding goes to. In the San Luis Valley, we have teachers that partner up as bus drivers. We have them partner up as gym coaches. We have them partner up as maintenance workers. They do all of that for their base teacher salary. I cannot emphasize that enough. Being able to get money in here means that we can get more teachers into these smaller schools, which means that we can continue to have smaller class sizes, which means we can continue the one-on-one interaction and get these kids the support that they need so they can be successful. I don't have big field houses or anything in my district. I honestly, when I was in high school, we had a dirt track still, and up until about 5 years ago, that was still the case. Luckily, we had BEST grant funding for that. I cannot emphasize enough, colleagues, $3.26 million in the first year alone, what kind of money that is going to put into school systems that have not had it in a generation. That is huge. That is life-changing. That is life-altering. And who's going to benefit from this? It's going to be those students that go to Antonito, those students that go to Center, those students that go to Centauri and Pueblo. And we are finally making the commitment today. We are going to put our money where our mouth is and say, this is right, we care about you, and we want to see your success. Today, I will be a yes vote for my district, for the 6 counties in the San Luis Valley, Huérfano and Pueblo, and I hope that you're a yes for rural Colorado as well today. I urge an aye vote.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, and I want to thank my good colleague and friend from Monte Vista for bringing up all of those valid points. He's worked in the education field most of his life, and I'm not going to even try to follow that act when it comes to talk about all the great things that this is going to do, but he hit on some solid points, and one of those is outside of the kids being taken better care of, I have a lot of friends and family that are teachers in these small schools, and they do everything, from drive the bus to shovel the snow, and we know that does hurt the kids, because even though they're helping the kids, this will put more teachers in the school. I have 24 schools within House District 47 on this list. In Baca County, I have Walsh, Pritchett, Springfield, Valles, Campo. Huérfano County, La Vida, Huérfano itself, Kiowa, Eads, Plainview, my home county of Los Animas, Trinidad, Primero, Honey, Aguilar, Branson. Shout out to Branson, that's where my kids go. Kim, Otero, East Otero, Rocky Ford, Manzanola, Fowler, Chiraw, Prowers County, Grenada, Lamar, Hawley, Wiley, and Pueblo Rural Schools. I don't think anybody's going to stand up here and say this solves every problem, and you're right, we have a long way to go. But this is a good start. This bill finally recognizes the unique needs and challenges that rural schools have and that we face every single day as we try to raise and rear good young children that will be productive members of society with a quality education. I have received numerous emails, phone calls, text messages from not only teachers and administrators, but parents within House District 47. I appreciate this bill coming forward. I appreciate what it does for my kids and for all the kids within House District 47. And I appreciate what it does for all the kids in rural Colorado. And for those reasons, I will be a resounding yes, and I urge you to do the same for the kids of Colorado. Thank you.
Representative Young.
Thank you. I'm here as a lifelong educator and someone who was working in the schools when this school formula was introduced. And I watched the impact, the real outcomes of this school formula, because the district in which I worked was one of the districts that didn't have equitable funding. And we faced the challenges of many children who were facing poverty, who were facing special education issues, and many other high-risk factors. And over the years, I saw the real impact on the education for these students. As the science of reading improved, our district really struggled in order to provide reading interventionists. And I'm sure this is what has happened across the state. We struggled to provide appropriate special education services, and as a result, students weren't fulfilling their promise. One of the most salient pieces of this is mental health. The district in which I was working had a profound commitment to provide mental health services to all students, and we had committed to have one mental health person in each building. And after this school formula, financing formula went into effect, they weren't able to maintain it any longer. And as a result, I was not able to really fulfill the duties as they assigned me, and I tried to retire. I wasn't successful since there was a need for school psychologists, and then I moved to rural areas and saw firsthand the impact on rural areas and the inequities that they had for funding. And I saw the same mirror of what I was seeing in my more urban district, Greeley-Evans School District. So they had the same struggles with mental health, the same struggles with special education services, and they also had the same struggles with trying to address the needs of gifted students because of the lack of equitable funding. So I'm here today to just tell you that I want to thank the speaker, who since I have came to this legislature, I've watched her fight to produce more equitable funding, and to the assistant majority leader who has such a passion for education, because I really do believe this formula, and my district agrees with me, is one that will provide equitable funding as best we can across the state, providing the quality education that all students deserve in this state. And I urge you deeply to vote aye on this very, very important bill.
Representative Ricks.
Members, I rise to support this bill. I have 2 school districts in my area of Arapahoe County, Cherry Creek Public Schools and also Aurora Public Schools. Aurora, as you may know, is one of the most diverse parts, or is the most diverse part of Colorado. In fact, it is the 4th most diverse city in the US. We have a lot of students who are considered English learners and also at-risk students. And this formula, through this bill, will add an additional $5 million to APS. This is very, very needed for students like myself who have come from other places who are trying to learn in the new system. The formulas before this have not been equitable. You still have to make do regardless of the amounts of needs that your students have. You have to put up with what the formula used to be. This will really help rural Colorado, also places like Aurora that need this additional funding. I strongly urge that you vote yes, because this is going to make a difference in a lot of lives. When we look at our young people, we know that they are the ones who will represent us tomorrow. They are the future leaders, scientists, accountants. They are everything that we're depending on, and they must get a quality education in order to do this. Again, vote yes on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I just wanted to talk about this formula a little bit and how we got here to where we are today. I think we all agree that it was time to update the school funding. And this formula is not perfect. And I think that's one thing that is great about it is when you work with everybody and you negotiate, I don't even think the bill sponsors are completely happy with everything in this bill. but that's part of how getting to the right place, that's what helps you know that this formula is on the right track. It's because nobody's completely happy with it. There are pieces of this bill, this formula, that I really like. There are pieces that I don't like. But like I said, that's what brings us to, okay, this must be the best direction to start. And I agree with those that say, you know, maybe this part's missing or maybe that part's missing. Maybe down the line we'll get those fixed. We'll have to continue to pursue this and continue to make it a better formula and a stronger formula. You know, and we talk about we're still not to fully funded schools, and we're supposed to fully fund schools. But the same thing we see every session is more and more regulations passed down to our schools, more and more requirements, more and more things that take away from that funding. You know, one of my colleagues spoke about the administrative versus teacher ratio, and how do we get back to focusing on the basics that our schools need. Let's get through the red tape. Let's get rid of some of that. Let's back off our schools. Let's not put unfunded mandates on them. Let's give them that funding and let them thrive and prosper. I am in support of this formula and this bill because I think it's going in the right direction. We've talked how many times about how long it's been since we updated this formula. It was way past due, and I'm glad to see this come in here today. So I'll be a yes vote.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. General Assembly 74, again, I'm actually down here to rise in support of this bill. While it is not perfect, my school board, Thompson, in my district has urged me multiple times this year in support and in favor. I want to just commend Assistant Majority Leader and the Speaker of the House for their efforts in listening to the state. Nothing that we're going to do is going to be perfect from rural to urban divide, and I am grateful for all their work, and I would urge an aye vote.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I too want to come and say a few words about this bill. I taught most of my teaching was under the old finance plan, and I know my district suffered from time to time, and that's where we came up with the expression, we who have done so much for so long with so little now can do the impossible with nothing. And we truly believe that was true when it was out of my pocket to get supplies for the classroom. So I recognize that this bill is best efforts and is not a living document, not something graven in stone, and I appreciate that part, that when there is something that doesn't work, we don't have to wait 30 years to fix it. So thank you very much. I am a yes.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you so much, members. Thank you for your patience and your grace as we've worked through this formula. I want to thank the Speaker for her unwavering commitment to kids across the state, not just those in her own district. And quite frankly, for all the time that you have spent working on this, thank you for allowing me to join you in this journey. I want to just address a few things, and by starting out with, I do know this is a political space. You know, we have to cast votes. We have interests that we need to balance. And so even through the conversations and even the discernment or disagreements, I do want to say there is much love for everyone. And if for the school districts, you know, I heard from my colleague from Jefferson County in talking about having dismissed school districts. I want to apologize for that. I don't think we did. I think that the conversation I was putting forward was to note that we brought dozens of amendments in consideration of those districts because they are important. But I did also talk about what it means to kind of be in a David and Goliath space in the sense of how do we balance the interests of 178 as well. And so I want to go back to those amendments, and thank you for the colleagues who talked about maybe, the pursuit of perfect doesn't mean you miss good. But those amendments are really important, and the conversations that we've had are really important because I don't know about some of you may not be able to come back, God bless term limits, but I'm gonna be here in a couple years. And I plan on keeping my eyes on a lot of these things. And I will say the work on this formula puts spotlights in the right places. And so if disagreement helps us get to a place where we can be better and continue to work over time, then so be it. And thank you for those disagreements. Some things that I've also learned. I have learned that all of us love kids. I have learned that many of us will ride or die for public education, and we will protect it. I have learned that our teachers and their voices must be in every room when we talk about public education. And I have learned that while we are putting more money into this formula, that we should never ever say that it's adequate, because it is not. I think about a conversation I had when I was on school board with some educators, and it was a little fun, it was a little tense. We had a superintendent at the time who said, I don't know if I can, give you a teacher raise. Let's go to the Capitol and march in red for ed. With amendment, I think at the time was 66. That was 6 years ago. And so I give that as an example because, one, we will tirelessly, and always march and raise our voices and work so that our education is adequately funded. But in the time in between, we need to take every step and every top opportunity that we can to put the dollars in when possible. We all remember 2008. It took us how many years to recover from that? By the time we recovered, we were in the pandemic and we're all terrified. And now we're at a place where we do understand there is a fund where we can have some money to infuse in the system, so this is timely. But I also just want to go back to the notions as well. We do have mill levy problems. We have an inadequacy problem. Certain communities have to raise as much as they can because rent is just not the same in my neighborhood as it is the county next to it. But that's not the underlying issue. And even as we talk about the biggest districts and representing 25% of the kids, I just want to point something out, and this is particularly for all of you who are struggling with this vote. I want to say this again. There are a lot of interests to balance, and I know there is a struggle over voting for this. But on behalf of a community in and of itself that's never been a majority, I want to say thank you to those who might find the temerity and the bravery to step up and to vote to support someone else. I want to thank you because change requires people leaving their comfort. And I want to thank you in the sense to trust that we will do everything that we can to be sure districts are whole. If my community was a majority, perhaps it wouldn't have taken so long to be able to walk through front doors. But it took people to say, I will care about people who may or may not live in my own neighborhood. Lastly, I want to say that I think it's an incredible opportunity for us to take on this challenge to say where state money should go, that it should go to our kids. I think as I listen to folks on both sides of the aisle, I hope we all recognize that, again, school districts aren't necessarily recognized by political lines, like I said yesterday. And so the fact that we could put it all on the table and have a conversation and actually commit to what we said we were going to do by way of where the state shares goes is an incredible step in the right direction of our commitment to equity. And so I hope that we all hear all of our colleagues today. I want to thank my colleague. He is now from 217 counties. I want to thank you all in Boulder Valley for supporting Matt's little brother. I want to thank you all in Douglas County for supporting Sonia in Aurora Public Schools. I want to thank you all in Denver for supporting Jay in Craig, Colorado. I want to thank you all in Adams 12 and 14 for supporting Scott from Alamosa, because that's what we're doing today. I also just want to say, on behalf of what we put out there all the time by way of what is it that we put in the pot to help others, that this is that example. I've heard of Valley math, cowboy math, I might even say hood math, but at the end of the day, if the urban-rural divide ain't bridged by this, God bless us all. He's back there looking at me. You know I'm gonna see you in your community this summer anyway. And so, thank you for your leadership. And so, again, members, thank you very much for your deliberation. Thank you for the opportunity for us to lean in the way we said we would. And I look forward to being on this journey with you next session, the session after, and after, to ensure we're doing what we said we're going to do. Thank you so much.
Representative DeGraff, you have 17 seconds remaining.
I would like to move L049 to House Bill 1448.
That motion is out of order.
I would like to permission to move a third reading non-substantiative amendment.
Please explain your reason for offering or for asking for permission for an amendment.
The reason for offering the amendment is I had no idea we'd be talking about this bill for this long. And I spoke to this originally, and so I thought I'd follow through on it.
Representative DeGraff, let me just clarify really quick how this works. Once you get permission, you can explain the contents of the amendment. Now I think the key point is why you're bringing an amendment on third reading rather than second reading. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. The purpose of this amendment would just be to, I think, stay within the confines and the intent of this bill, and that would be, it just simply says, notwithstanding any provision, a local education provider should not have an administrator to teacher ratio that exceeds 2 administrators to every 1 teacher. So that way we have at least some awareness of what our teacher level is and our administrator level is, and that we would be moving in the direction of valuing our teachers more than bureaucracy. So I ask permission to move this amendment so I can move the amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is permission for a third reading amendment. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representatives Joseph, Lynch, Soper, and Winter, please vote. Representative Soper is excused. Representative Soper is unexcused. Representative Soper is fined 50 cents. This time. Please close the machine. With 17 aye votes, 47 no votes, and 1 excuse, the motion is lost. We're back to the underlying motion. Speaker McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. And thank you, members. I've appreciated the additional commentary and thought sharing today. I want to add to some of my comments from yesterday. First, by talking about mill levy overrides and the challenge that we do face in this state between wealthier areas and less wealthy areas. And I remain committed and hope that that is the next great frontier that we pursue to try and solve some of the inequities that have been created between districts, neighboring districts, because of how local wealth and local political will support schools in some areas and not in others. I also want to lift up an amendment that we put in the bill during committee around a mill levy override grant task force. Several years ago, we created a program to help lower wealth communities who had gone to the ballot, passed a mill levy override, but weren't gaining the same amount, the same number of dollars, the same resources from their mill levy override as other wealthier areas of the state. So we created this grant program to try and equalize that difference. We've been working hard at that last couple of years, and I want to thank the leadership of Adams 12, who are continuing to partner with us to see that we address the mill levy override inequities in our state. And I hope even in the days ahead that we are able to add more to this bill to strengthen that program. One of my colleagues talked about compromise and that this is not yet a perfect bill. Amen. It has been a tremendous collaboration from so many different groups and different voices. I want to start by thanking the Public School Finance Task Force, a group of individuals that worked over the interim to bring forward recommendations that are embodied in the spirit of House Bill 1448. I want to thank the districts, district leaders, principals, organizations that have brought the voice of educators from around the state to this building to talk about this proposal, help inform, improve, and craft a formula that truly is more equitable. And I really want to lift up our teachers. The teachers, 33,000 teachers shared their voice with each of you, across members here in the House and in the Senate, 33,000. That is a phenomenal number of teachers engaged in trying to make this bill better and certainly K-12 education better in this state. So my thank you to our educators everywhere. As we continue the fight for more equity in our funding formula, we must continue the fight for more adequate funding. I want to join all of you in continuing that fight and making sure that every child in this state, regardless of geography or background, has the best shot at a world-class public education and grows to live their Colorado dream, thriving in a world of their own, with their family, with their friends, to make this world a better place. Thank you all for your support of 1448.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1448 on third reading and final passage. I should say as amended. I'm sorry. Members, I need to clarify one thing. There was a technical amendment made earlier in the discussion. I do believe I need to now recognize the majority leader before we actually call the vote. We may have already done this. Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move for the passage of House Bill 1448 as amended.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. Members, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1448 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representatives. One representative remaining. Please close the machine. With 54 aye votes, 10 no votes, and 1 excused, House Bill 1448 is passed. Co-sponsors.
Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1282.
House Bill 1282 by Representatives Martinez and Puglisi, also Senators Coleman and Simpson, concerning measures to increase the success rates of 9th grade students in public schools in Colorado.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1282 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1282 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative DeGraff. Please close the machine. With 58 ayes, 6 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1282 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1439.
House Bill 1439 by Representatives Wilford and Weinberg, also Senators Coleman and Baisley, concerning financial incentives related to apprenticeship programs.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1439 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1439 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote.
It's okay.
Please close the machine. With 45 aye, 19 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1439 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to move House Bill 1434 until after House Bill 1316.
House Bill 1434 will be after House Bill 1316. Mr. Schiebel, please read House Bill 1004.
House Bill 1004 by Representatives Bacon and Byrd, also Senator Coleman, concerning the ability of ex-offenders to receive authorization to practice in state-regulated occupations.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1004 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1004 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 64 ayes, 0 no, 1 excused, House Bill 1004 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1240.
House Bill 1240 by Representatives Joseph and Weinberg, also Senators Rich and Exum, concerning the creation of an income tax subtraction for Sagala AmeriCorps Education Awards.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1240 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1240 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 47 ayes, 17 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1240 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1376.
House Bill 1376 by Representatives Marvin and Kipp, also Senator Zenzinger, concerning measures to increase teacher mentorships in public schools.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1376 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1376 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 53 aye, 10 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1376 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 215.
Senate Bill 215 by Senators Zenzinger and Bridges, also Representatives Byrd and Sirota, concerning modification of the effective date of House Bill 241421.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 215 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 215 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Holtorf. Please close the machine. With 63 ayes, 0 no, 2 excused, Senate Bill 215 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 86.
Senate Bill 86 by Senators Rich and Michelson Janae, also Representatives Byrd and Weinberg, concerning the Breast and Cervical Cancer Prevention and Treatment Fund.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 86 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 86 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 61 aye, 2 no, 2 excused, Senate Bill 86 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1444.
House Bill 1444 by Representatives McLaughlin and Harrod, also Senators Bridges and Simpson, concerning the recreation of the Federal Indian Boarding School Research Program.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1444 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1444 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 61 aye, 2 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1444 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 173.
Senate Bill 173 by Senators Roberts and Gardner, also Representatives Soper and Titone, concerning the regulation of persons providing mortuary science services and in connection with making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 173 on third reading and final passage.
Assistant Majority Leader, Minority Leader, Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to request 21C.
At the request of the sponsor, AML Winter will be excused from this vote. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 173 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 59 aye, 3 no, 3 excused, Senate Bill 173 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1369.
House Bill 1369 by Representatives Holtorf and Martinez, also Senators Pelton B. and Marchman, concerning the creation of a Colorado agriculture license plate.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1369 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1369 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Byrd. Please close the machine. With 59 aye, 4 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1369 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1316.
House Bill 1316 by Representatives Lindstedt and Lindsay, also Senator Bridges, concerning the creation of a pilot program for a middle-income housing income tax credit.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1316 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1316 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. DeGraff. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 19 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1316 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1434.
House Bill 1434 by Representatives Byrd and Weinberg, also Senators Zenzinger and Simpson, concerning expansion to the affordable housing tax credit.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1434 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't think I've done this before. I would like to ask for permission to make a third reading amendment.
Please briefly explain.
So, members, my co-prime sponsor and I come before you with a third reading amendment to increase our efforts on affordable housing, to ensure that we have increased funding for these housing projects, and to facilitate simplicity. It is essential that we preserve tax credits all in one place. This bill, 1434, already has the state affordable housing tax credit included within it. and the Housing Development Grant Fund tax credit. Today, we would like to ask your permission to add this amendment, to add to that language, reverting the transfer from the general fund to the Housing Development Grant Fund in 8 years and consolidating the TOC affordable housing credit here for simplicity. This will preserve affordable housing financing for many years into the future. Many projects take upwards of 5 years from early idea to grand opening. This predictability of funding is essential to keep projects moving forward. With this amendment, the bill contains one of our state's most effective tax credits that has contributed to the construction of thousands of affordable rental units across the state. That is the Affordable Housing Tax Credit. One increase is for the transit-oriented affordable housing, and one other is related to the Division of Housing Development Grant Fund. This amendment ensures that we are boosting our efforts on affordable housing around transit, but also that all of these sources can work together cohesively. This bill, with all of the tax credits consolidated into one place, will facilitate more equitable sharing of tax credit resources throughout the state. Overall, the pairing of these 3 increased tax credits will increase the pool of resources to fund affordable housing projects. I want to thank our partners with the Colorado Housing and Finance Authority for their efforts and partnership on these important housing tax credits.
Representative Byrd, thank you. That was probably to the amendment, not just for permission. I lost track.
We aim for simplicity.
Okay, all in one. The question before us is for permission to run a third reading amendment on House Bill 1434. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 62 aye, 1 no, 2 excused, permission to run a third reading amendment on House Bill 1434 is granted. Adopted. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move Amendment L002 and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed.
So, members, this is, I did run through the sum and substance of this when I was asking for permission, so I won't go through that again, but that's what this amendment does. And I do want to make clear that in placing this tax credit in this bill, there are no penalties, there's no preemption. This is a piece of a lot of what has been running through as part of the larger affordable housing effort that's going on in the legislature this session. I think this is a piece that everybody can get behind. We're not preempting any local control, and there are no mandates and no penalties associated with this. I assure you I would not have agreed to amend this into the bill if that were the case. So I humbly ask for your support.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Fellow colleagues, again, we've been tasked with coming down to these chambers to fix problems. My district has demanded that this problem be addressed by this legislative body. I'm honored to be on this bill, so I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
We are on the amendment. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to this amendment. Mainly, my concerns are from the Colorado Constitution, Article 5, Section 17, in which our Constitution talks about no law shall be passed except by bill, and no bill shall be altered or amended on its passage through either house as to change its original purpose. This is quite a dramatic change to take something that was being considered for another bill in 1313 and to throw it in 1434 to where this certainly alters the course of the bill dramatically to where I cannot support the amendment or the bill. There is case law on this point as well. Whether or not its applicable amendments are such that it would cause the courts to strike down the entire legislation. For example, in Moore against Perkins back in 1913, something similar was done, and the courts, in fact, did say that the amendment that was added was indeed unconstitutional. I believe that we need to adhere to our Constitution and to case law that have interpreted amendments like this, and vote no on this amendment, and then vote your conscience on the bill. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L002 to House Bill 1434. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Lukens. Lukens is excused. Please close the machine. With 48 aye, 14 no, and 3 excused, Amendment L002 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the passage of House Bill 1434 as amended.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm opposed to this bill just because a lot of the reasons that were before, but of course the details are a little bit different. So one is just the supply and demand aspect, or demand. And my district would rather have the demand, the problem not be created rather than solved. And I think this ultimately ends up creating a problem. A lot of times when you get a artificial form of money, and you see this a lot with like solar panels and things for EVs, and where the government steps in and gives a chunk of money. Well, if you get a 30% credit on your solar panels, the first thing that the agency is going to do likely is going to bump your cost up by 50%. And then you get a 30% credit, which means the government just picked up that 50% increase. And then, so the taxpayers spent that money, didn't achieve anything. You just increase that. And that's just a basic, simple supply and demand. You have the supply of money increasing, and it's going to, things are just going to cost more to meet that increase because of that availability of money. Now, when we get into, and the money that we're looking at spending, again, is not our money. Tabor refund, at least $6.3 million, and the next year, at least $48.8 million, and then not estimated. So we're looking at taking the money of taxpayers, of Coloradans, that was forcibly extracted from Coloradans, and using it to incentivize yet another really bad idea. And the really bad idea is this, what we're calling all the time affordable housing, because it sounds good and it pulls on our heartstrings. And affordable housing, again, is just nothing different than under 30%. It's nothing less than under 30% of the household income, about a third. Now, last year with bills, that was bumped up to 50%. So the supply of money that was allowed for rentals jumped up to 50%, and I would expect that any rental paying attention, whether they had a algorithm or not, would have jumped up the price of their rent, because now they could charge more for rent. And that probably ends up hurting people, but then they also have to increase rent for that reason, because they're going to end up with more defaults. So 30%. So that's all that does. So, and where we're looking at it, where are we looking at doing these developments near transit areas? What's going on near transit areas? Well, we're doing the foolhardy thing of trying to bump up all of those areas, AutoZone, not the company, but do the arbitrary zoning to increase those to 40 units, 40 housing units per acre. And that's to support the foolhardy, these heavily subsidized bus and mass transit that is subsidized at $2 per passenger mile, over $2 per passenger mile, but there's a little bit of money collected in fees. Of course, then we're going to have another bill later on with a couple, about $10–15 million more to make that more affordable, to make people want to ride the bus even less. So we just keep doubling down on these bad ideas, and this is just another one of them. So it's to incentivize developers to overdevelop in these mass transit areas under the pretense that doing so will make mass transit, or the Bozone system, make the whole Bozone system actually viable. And I call it the Bozone system because it's a clown program to reduce ozone, which it doesn't do, as admitted by the sponsors. So, and we get 70% of that pollution from overseas anyways, because we push our industry overseas to China where they burn dirty coal, and it all comes back here. Rinse and repeat. But there's no problem the government can't make worse with a solution. And so we're doing it again. So we're going to subsidize, we're going to give developers, we're going to allow them to bump up their costs because there is an incentive and there's a higher supply of money. So they're going to be incentivized to extend beyond the capacity of the housing market. Now, talking to the people that are studying this, the housing market in Colorado Springs is already pretty much at a bubble bursting point. And so if you're at a bubble bursting point and that's just fun to say, if you're at that bubble bursting point in Colorado Springs and they're anticipating that Denver's going to get to that point by the end of next year, where you create a housing glut. And how would you create a housing glut? Well, you would incentivize the developers to build as fast as they can so they can get as much incentive as they can before it all comes crashing down. And then we'll have that same, now I think some people in this room are probably too young to remember the last housing bubble and the economic devastation that it caused. But the fortunate thing is that you won't have to look that up because you'll be able to live it, if that comes true. So in order to fulfill a climate superstition that we're spending $100 million a year on, at least, we're paving over hundreds of thousands of acres of Colorado and killing millions of birds. So that is the basis for then spending hundreds of millions of dollars on solar panels. And then to make all this work, we're spending millions of dollars, I think $13 million. Then what did we do? What did we do last year? We upped that up to an automatic $30 million per year to make 1 month of Bozone transit free, to turn the system into mobile homeless shelters that nobody wants to ride. So, well, that's the truth. That's what happened. And so now we're going to incentivize because it's not doing, and why would the government incentivize this? Well, because it's not happening naturally. It's not occurring naturally because the demand isn't there. And so the government is stepping into the market and further fouling it beyond anything recognizable, and that always creates a problem. Now, if it was just regulation that we are doing, that'd be one thing. That'd be bad enough. And that's one of the reasons, that's the biggest area that we're really messing this up, because these climate superstition policies are creating higher energy costs. They're creating higher regulatory costs. These hyper green codes that everybody pretends is going to save them money, won't. If it was going to save the market money, they would do it themselves. It doesn't save them money. You can go for a super high-end efficient furnace. It's not going to save you any money. In fact, it'll cost you way more money. It'll cost more energy, more pollution, and just more money. And the funny thing is, when you do a hyper green house, One of the things that you don't have to do when you...
Representative DeGraff, back to the bill.
Well, thank you, ma'am, but we're talking, this is to incentivize. This is just one of the costs of these builders because we're looking at offsetting the cost, and the costs that we're creating are things like regulation, and they're regulating the hyper-green, and when you regulate hyper-green and hyper-sealing your house, what you ultimately have to do is you have to introduce an air exchanger to basically create an artificial leak into your house to exchange the air so you're not breathing the same air, which is probably causing more health issues than all of the other stuff that we're worried about outside. That and forcing kids to wear masks. So we have these
Representative-
regulatory costs. I'm going back, ma'am, thank you.
Yes, Representative DeGraff, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. We have these regulatory costs, we have the energy costs, and then to offset that into a market that doesn't have a demand, we're going to take more of taxpayer money. And again, this is not a refund, this is not a rebate, this is taking from the taxpayers and giving it to somebody else because it makes you feel good. That is theft. It will always be theft. It doesn't matter what mechanism, it's not a mechanism, it's a scheme, it's wrong.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1434 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Wilson. Please close the machine. With 47 aye, 15 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1434 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1280.
House Bill 1280 by Representatives Velasco and Garcia, also Senators Fields and Cutter, concerning the creation of a grant program for community-based organizations to provide appropriate services for migrants who are within 1 year of arrival in the United States and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1280 on third reading and final passage.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to come up today to talk about this bill and why I can't support it. And I want to talk a little bit about, and it is related to the bill, Madam Speaker, the experiences that have formed my decisions regarding immigration policy. My father came to this country legally when he was 18 with 50 cents in his pocket, and a dream that America would realize for him in the time that he's been here. My grandparents came over on a boat through Ellis Island. Their names are in Ellis Island. And my mother was born shortly thereafter. English is not the first language for either one of my parents. My mother in school was heavily discriminated against, and it was very difficult for her. She was berated for not being able to speak English. And so I understand those issues. And we talk a lot about immigration in my family because it is important for us. My cousins, I've said this before, I'm the first female in my family to have the opportunity to go to college. Girls in my family get married, they have babies, they cook. I cook, and I've had babies too, but I have had a wealth of opportunities that my cousins in Italy will never have, couldn't even dream of, because I live in the greatest country in the world. And I'm so proud of my Italian heritage. I try to raise my children in that Italian heritage. My father right now is, when we FaceTime with my father and my children, tries to teach them an aspect of our culture because we find that to be so important to who we are. But he also talks to them about his experiences, why he's in this country, and how important it is that America has given him all of these opportunities, my mother as well. And so I struggle on some of these policies. I know my constituents struggle with some of these policies coming forward. And I want to just recognize the work that we have done as a legislature, regardless of whether I've personally supported it or not, but the work we have done as a legislature just this year to help support migrants. We gave $5 million to Denver Health to help address the migrant crisis. We have given $30 million in the governor's budget to help address migrants, and $24 million to schools just this year to help deal with the influx of migrants in our schools. And so I feel like those are heavy investments that we have made. Again, regardless of whether I supported those policies or not, we have made, as a legislature, steps towards those policies and investing in those policies. When I talk to my constituents, they ask that we put Coloradans first. And that is what they want me to do in the legislature. It is why I can't support this policy. They feel like they are struggling. They are struggling with the high price of gas and groceries and property taxes, which I can't wait till we talk about that. But they are struggling, and they want us to help them. And I don't feel like this policy helps to advance. While it goes to nonprofits, and I believe in nonprofits, and I donate to nonprofits myself, I don't believe this policy advances the issues that my constituents, the Coloradans I talk to from across the state, are looking to us to do. And for those reasons, I can't support this policy. I do think it is important that we have these hard conversations. I think they are conversations we are talking about all the time. And I want to end with not just talking to my constituents, but I talk to my parents about these policies. And while they don't live in Colorado, they feel very strongly about these policies and making sure that I am informed through my decisions to make the right decisions for the people of Colorado that I represent. And just like I do on my education bills, I asked my daughter how she would vote on my education bills. I asked my parents. We talked a lot about this bill in the last couple of days. And they believe that my no vote is justified and that it is not what I've come here to do. And so with that, I'm a no vote on this legislation, and I appreciate you all listening to my story. Thank you.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also rise in opposition to this policy. As we talked about on seconds, and as I will refresh your memory on thirds, the definition found on page 3, line 10 of this bill. Migrant means an individual who has arrived in the United States within the past year and does not qualify for federal support services or refugee resettlement assistance benefits. Someone who has arrived in this country and who does not qualify for federal support services or that refugee resettlement assistance benefits means that they are not present lawfully in the United States or in the state of Colorado. That is what the definition on page 3 of this bill states. This program is being created for individuals who are not lawfully present in the United States. And I rise in opposition to that, not because I'm anti-immigrant. As we've heard throughout this debate, the vast majority of folks in this room in Colorado trace their origins back to immigrants in one form or another. But there is a difference between those folks who lawfully come to the United States and lawfully follow the laws and the procedures to become a part of the United States, and those folks that are contemplated in this bill who, per the definition on page 3, are not lawfully present here. And as we just heard the minority leader state, I think that we have an obligation to take care of Coloradans, to take care of those folks who have put in the time and the effort and the heartache to come to this country and to come to this state lawfully. You've heard my story. I'll refresh your memory. My abuelito, my grandfather, immigrated to this country. Cuauhtémoc Chávez. You can't get much more Mexican than that. 2 Purple Hearts is how he earned his citizenship in World War II. As my uncle tells me all the time, the citizenship for my branch of the Chavez family was paid for in blood. And American citizenship is something precious. It's something that folks want. They strive for it. And we need to recognize that. We need to recognize it for the precious thing that it is. And so for those folks who lawfully want to come here, who lawfully want to be a part of the United States, those tired, huddled masses yearning to breathe free, as we've heard, we welcome those folks with open arms because we are a nation of law. We are a nation that is ruled by law. But unfortunately, that's not what this policy does. This policy rewards those who cut in line, and it rewards them to the tune of $2.5 million in this grant program that is ultimately footed by Colorado taxpayers. And unfortunately, that is not something that I can get behind. We have heard the impact that the policies that have been passed by this body that promote and attract folks not lawfully present in the United States, that brings them to Colorado. We've heard the impact that that's having on our community and our state. We've heard the impact, tens of millions of dollars to our public health system. We've heard the impact to our schools. We've heard the impact to those crucial services that are provided by local governments, like the Department of Motor Vehicles, like public safety. Those are being negatively impacted because of the hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars that are going toward, as it says on page 3, migrants who do not qualify for federal support services or refugee resettlement assistance. In other words, illegal immigrants. And I cannot support taxpayer money going to illegal immigrants, particularly—
Representative, that is offensive and hurtful to colleagues in this chamber.
I cannot support money going toward censored term over and above Colorado taxpayers, Colorado citizens, and those individuals who have done it the right way, who took the time and the effort to do it the right way. And that's not based just on my personal feelings. That is based on conversations that I've had with folks in my district, in my community, who also took the time to immigrate here legally and who are frustrated that their kids, their health care, their public services are being cut because of resources and money that are going toward censored term. I rise in opposition to this bill.
Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. I'll be careful what I say. Mainly, we just spent a lot of time talking about how we were concerned about our money coming in and going to our fellow citizen, how we were collecting taxes from folks and then redistributing it to other citizens. And we see a lot of these towards the end of session. I don't know what it is, but it seems like we push all this stuff off until kind of the end. And but this one is even more egregious. We're going to spend $2.5 million of your hard-earned tax money for folks that don't even have the ability to pay taxes. And for the most part, they don't have the ability to even work because we have legislated that they can't through their status. or through, quite honestly, through minimum wages that folks can't afford to pay these folks. I mean, I've said many times, get rid of some of that, and I think we'd free up these folks, we can put them to work. But the other aspect of this is that we vacillate in Colorado and in Denver of being the #1 place per capita for migrants. And I don't know why that is. I mean, we're nowhere near the border. You'd think that maybe that would happen closer to the border, but I would propose that it's because we are creating incentives for them to come here. And that's exactly what this does. With $2.5 million of our citizens' hard-earned money that we are saying we are now going to, we're going to promote folks coming here. We're going to give them incentives because they can get some services here that they couldn't get at other places. And so when they're making a decision between going to Chicago or going to Denver, they go, well, which one has the better program? Well, looks like Denver's got a better program. Let's go to Denver. You know, and we're starting to see the ripple effects of this all throughout the state. In one of my cities in my district, they have been getting phone calls from the city of Denver saying, hey, what do you guys think about us dropping a bus off up there of folks? And they've finally had to go to the extent of passing ordinances that say that we're not going to use the good citizens of this town's resources to support these activities. And so, you know, I don't know where we stand as far as the official statement that Colorado is a sanctuary state, but this pushes us closer to that. And granted, we've got to deal with this problem in some regard. But I don't know that putting incentives out there for folks to come to our state is necessarily a good thing. I know that in Weld County, we actually just passed an ordinance that said, hey, we're not going to spend our money on this. And so as I wrap back around, we just spent a lot of time talking about how we are concerned that we're impacting Tabor refunds. Well, that's way different. That's with people that can even contribute in some regard. Unfortunately, with the way the laws are in the nation and in the state, we can't put these folks to work, but yet we're going to spend your hard-earned money on them. So, as I've said before, this is a bad bill. Vote no.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also rise in opposition to this bill, and I wonder what example we're setting to our communities. I have a family in my community that has been here for 10 years on an E-2 visa, and they're getting to the point to where their children are going to outrun the visa. Their children turn 18, they need to be sent back to their home country, even though they haven't been there since they were like 1 or 2 years old. So this family has been working for a year and a half, 2 years now, to get their citizenship. This is the type of family that owns a business in my community, supports your Little League baseball teams. Their kids are on the same team as yours. They go to the same schools. They've been part of our community for 10 years. And now they're facing having to leave their business and this country and our community because we're spending all our time and money on newcomers versus those that are members of our community. We have talked to the governor's office, and we've talked to both senators, and they have just ignored this issue. And the family feels like it. They've said, Rep. Wilson, if we were illegals, we'd probably get to stay. We'd probably get the help we need. But they don't get the help.
Representative Wilson, the use of the term illegals is offensive and hurtful to members of the chamber. Please proceed.
You know, it's a shame. So these members of our community are trying to find a way, and the only way that they feel they would get any support, they've run through their savings trying to get their their citizenship. They have no savings left. But they probably would have gotten the attention and the help they needed had they done it a different way for those that are sensitive. This is not where we need to be spending our money. We need to be taking care of our own, our people that have come here on the right terms, doing the right work, and want to be a part of our community, not just take advantage of it. I ask you to vote no against this bill.
Representative Hartsook. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, esteemed colleagues. We move into very troubled territory in the State House chamber when somebody's feelings now infringe upon someone's constitutional rights of freedom of speech.
I appreciate that commentary. Please proceed to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So as we discuss and debate the Welcome, Reception, and Integration Grant Program, you must understand that my colleagues and their constituents have very specific sentiments, not only towards this bill, but to the larger discussion. Now, as this bill is promulgated, championed by bill sponsors, we must recognize a few things, because the expenditure to the state is much larger than the $2.5 million that is covered in the grant. Through general funds and appropriated funds, and even incurring on the general fund reserve. Here's the rest of the story, as Paul Harvey says. And yes, we should be able to speak freely as representatives, with our voices not being infringed or suppressed, violating our constitutional rights and our ability to represent the people of our district. But here's the problem, ladies and gentlemen, that you overlook. And I'll start with and Madam Speaker, you may not know this, but I've been on national TV and state TV and talked about this. Because people need to know. And I think it's going to happen again tonight. People need to know. We just bailed out Denver Health. 10 million here, another 8 million there. Why do they need those bailouts, Colorado, members of this chamber? Because they are trying to service the population that is coming to this country that are not legal. Call them immigrants, call them what you will. They're not legal. Thus the word illegal. I'm not saying that in a derogatory way. And English wasn't even my first language. My father was an immigrant, un inmigrante de España. So yo también puedo hablar de ese tema si quiere. If you want, I can speak to it. Now, I want to point out the cost when you promote this type of legislation, the second, third, and fourth order effects that these bill sponsors have overlooked. Maybe that should be in the fiscal note, because that's not going away. It will only increase. The burden will only increase. And all of the hospitals who are treading water right now are upside down financially. They have to bear that burden. Is the state going to bail them out? Are you going to bail them out? Again? Is that our responsibility? Is it the taxpayer's responsibility? We talked about this earlier today. How much can the taxpayers bear? What is the burden? What should that burden be? I don't think you realize this type of legislation can potentially be a fiscal cliff that we all drive off just like Elma and Louise. Remember the movie? I do. But that's not the biggest issue. And I've spoken to this too. This is very important. This is in state news and is about ready to go national. We have a national security crisis that you know not of, with immigrants coming from Middle Eastern countries who are not here for any other reason but to cause problems in this country.
Representative Holtorf, to the bill.
Thank you. So I would imagine, Madam Speaker, House Bill 1280 will welcome and receive members of the Iranian Republican Guard. Perhaps. You wouldn't know it. These people are very dangerous if you don't know them or know who they are. I could speak to it. Shake your head, but you don't even know anything about it. You don't understand that there are countries out here who want to do us harm, and the flight from Tehran to Mexico City doesn't take that long.
Representative Holtorf, to the content of the bill and the program that is listed in the legislation.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I will tell you, we will welcome them with this type of legislation. It's only 12 hours to 15 hours from Ciudad Juárez hasta Denver, si quiere venir. Y pronto puede llegar. Rápido. En menos de un día puede estar aquí, de la frontera. Y de cualquier país que quiere llegar a México. I'll translate for you, don't worry. You can get into Mexico from any country in the world. Terrorist countries, countries that want to do us harm.
Representative, please, I'm going to guide you back to the content of the grant program listed on the pages of the bill. Thank you.
This grant program welcomes these kind of people and gives them a pathway to come right here. And they can be here very quickly. In fact, what I said is you can be from the frontier border in Denver in 12 to 15 hours. You don't even have to go through our customs. You can be a Godaway. I can hire a coyote for about $3,000. If I come from a foreign country that wants to do us harm, I've already got the cash. I fly into Mexico City.
Representative Holtorf, again, to the grant program listed within the pages of the bill.
Thank you. I think it's important that we understand the dangers. I've mentioned enough about the national security danger of having this type of welcoming legislation that doesn't consider the many factors that can do us harm fiscally and financially and do us harm potentially from criminality. And as we promulgate legislation that opens the door, there should be companion legislation that protects the citizens of Colorado and protects the citizens of this country from criminals and nefarious behavior.
Representative Holtorf.
Is my time up, ma'am? I think so. I'll yield the dais.
Representative Hartsook.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, and thank you.
Thank you.
So according to Denver Mayor's office, since about December of 22, about 39,000 migrants have entered Colorado, and we spent about $58 million. That's just Denver alone, not the state, that's Denver. It is estimated, their office estimates they're going to spend $180 million in this year alone, 2024. We've passed legislation here that's already submitted for Denver Health of $5 million. Common Sense Institute in February 28th says that they've spent, we're going to look at another $100 million so far. So we are talking about numbers in the tens to the hundreds of millions of dollars, and this grant program is for 5. We are talking about policies that have brought people here that are overwhelming the education system, the healthcare system, and the public safety system. We are talking about passing a program that, as one of my colleagues earlier on page 3, subparagraph F, identified, that is covered by immigration of the federal government under United States Code, Title 18, paragraph 1325. Yet we as a state are proposing legislation that goes contrary to that United States Code. We are proposing legislation that is contrary to the laws of this country. We are proposing legislation that is running us through bankruptcy. We are proposing legislation that goes against what we are supposed to be doing in a lawful manner, an organized manner to help everyone. We have citizens of this state that are sitting here that aren't getting benefits. We have citizens of this state that aren't getting enough education. We just talked about a bill for education and we passed it. And we're going to look at bringing more into the system that we don't have the resources for. There is a process. Unfortunately, the federal level is failing at that process. But as a state, we should not be encouraging that process to add more cost onto the taxpayers in this state. We should not be encouraging legislation that violates the laws of this country, burdens our healthcare system, our education system, our public safety system. I ask you, where, pray tell, are we going to get the resources? Who's going to give it to us? Are we going to go begging to the federal government that we need more money? Are we going to go more in debt? Where are we going to get these resources? What are we going to tell the consumers out here when we're not paying for their resources, or we start shutting down parks and recs and other places because we don't have the money? It got diverted. To support legislation that encourages people in violation of federal statute. Why are we encouraging people to break the law? Why are we setting up incentives to break the law? No one says we shouldn't be compassionate. No one says we don't care. But I cannot abide by legislation that encourages people to break the law. I cannot abide by legislation that takes from the people that live here and work here and have citizenship here, and we're not giving them the resources, the health care, the education, the public safety that we are responsible to provide. There's a reason Douglas County is suing the state. There is a reason that other counties are joining in. And yet we're going to exacerbate that problem with this kind of legislation. We need to take a serious step back, slow down, and start doing things in a legal, lawful manner to deal with the crisis that we have at hand, not encouraging more violation of the federal statutes and putting more economic detriments on the backbones of all the citizens in this state. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, colleagues. This bill it's not the boogeyman. This bill is intending to support nonprofit organizations that are in our communities, ensuring that individuals who are new to this state are able to have access to the resources that exist for them. I want to clear up some things. I'm sure all of us in this room can understand that immigration is complex law. I will actually venture a bold statement here that not a single one of us, 65 members in this chamber, are experts on immigration law. But some things that we do know are true is that you can have asylum status and be here legally and still not have access to refugee services and some federal services. You can have TPS, temporary protective status, be here legally and still not have access to refugee services or federal services. So the idea and the claim that we are literally writing into the bill to serve people who are not here with legal status is just patently false. By supporting our local nonprofits, while I do not propose to embrace an economic argument for this bill, the reality is that we are actually saving our state money. Why? Because we know that our nonprofits are lean. Our nonprofits can stretch $1, whereas our state agencies and our local governments have huge overhead. So we are saving our taxpayers' dollars by funneling grant dollars directly to the nonprofits who can make that money go farther to serve more people. I agree with the assertion that we should be doing more for Colorado. I agree absolutely that we should be providing health care, education, housing. And we are doing that for 120 days when we are proposing legislation to do exactly that. Just because it's not written into this bill, because something that exists in this Constitution is single subject, does not mean that those issues are not being addressed. We are absolutely addressing those issues. And to say that we are not addressing the needs of people with mental health issues, the needs of affordable housing, because we are focused today, right now, in this exact moment, on the migrant population, is disingenuous. The process to apply for a permit, a visa, to enter this country legally depends on the country from which you are applying from. To get a visa to come to the United States from Canada, from Sweden, from England, can take a matter of weeks. The process to apply for a visa when your life is in danger from El Salvador, from Somalia, can take years. Our immigration system in this country is wildly unfair and inequitable. It took my mother, who emigrated here from Mexico, 15 years to get her green card. 15 years. If you ask her, do you support this bill? Which I have, she says, absolutely. My wife's family also emigrated from Mexico. Ask me, well, you can't because we can't do call and answer. My wife's mother, 30 years. But does that, for her, does that mean that she does not agree that other people who have just arrived don't deserve support? Absolutely not. I don't believe that in this chamber we are actually saying that because I don't have, you can't have. I don't believe that any of us have that heart. At least I'd like to. People who are here, whether they have documentation or not, pay taxes. They pay taxes every time they buy food, They pay taxes every time they buy diapers. They pay taxes. They are not here living the life, avoiding taxes, and milking off of the services that, quite frankly, are inadequate. Compassion means that when we see somebody on the street with their family wanting to wash our windows, we help them. Compassion means when we have the means to support each other who need support, we help them. Compassion means that we do what we can to support those that have the expertise, to ensure that we are not leaving families on the street living under bridges, keeping babies in 2-day-old diapers. This bill is funneling dollars to the organizations that have the expertise and the history in supporting and navigating and helping this community. This bill is necessary to keep everyone in this state safe. It is my job as the representative of House District 35 to represent every single individual in that district, not just those who voted for me and not just those who can vote. Every single individual who lives in that district is my constituent. And if they are a new arrival, they are still my constituent. And I will, until the day that HD 35 doesn't want me here anymore, will continue to fight for the values of what true compassion really means and what it means to be an embracing and welcoming state. And I urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Ricks.
Members, I rise to support this bill. George Washington once said, "The bosom of America is open to receive not only the opulent and the respected stranger, but the oppressed and persecuted of all nations and religions, whom we shall welcome to a participation of all our rights and privileges." This bill is a smart bill. It provides $2.5 million to a nonprofit organization to help integrate over 40,000 migrants that have come into the country in the last year. These people are still in our society, whether we care for them, whether we don't want them here. They have taken the first step, the step that they know, which is to ask for asylum. And this is a legal process that they have taken to come. They may not be documented, but this is the process that they have. People come to America, to Colorado, from all over the world, not because of so many reasons. My family fled because of a military coup. Mother was held at gunpoint. Others come because they're fleeing political unrest. Others come because of economic conditions in their country that make it hard for them to even survive. We all come because of this promise to find a better life. There is no crime in that. We are all immigrants or descendants of some type of immigration. I heard the representative from Denver talk about pathways to citizenship and how long it took her mother. My family took 8 years almost, and it was because of Ronald Reagan's amnesty bill that he passed in 1988. Since that bill was passed, there has not been a comprehensive immigration bill or policy since that time. So a lot of people are here still waiting for the process for our federal government to act. In the meantime, millions of people are still waiting Thousands of people are coming to Colorado, and it makes sense that we are able to integrate them into our system, help them to navigate systems, to get into school, to get training for jobs, to do the things that they need to make themselves beneficial for their family and to contribute to the Colorado economy. Every day, employers are saying we can't find jobs, we can't find workers to do the jobs that we have. And these people are younger people. Our Colorado population is aging. Most of the people that come here are in the age group under about 40 years old, and these are workers that we need that can be integrated, but they need training, they need help. So you can teach a man how to fish, or you can give him a fish every day. And I say that this bill is a smart way for Colorado to spend taxpayers' money to integrate these people. So we need to support this bill. We should have more bills like this to support people and make sure that they can quickly integrate and contribute to society. Vote yes on this bill.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So can I say migrants without legal status? Okay, because I just heard her say it. That's the
Thank
same
you.
thing as uncensored
Representative
word.
Bottoms, thank you for asking. Thank you for checking.
I just want to make sure, because I wasn't here the day this was discussed on seconds and our First Amendment rights were taken away. So I have helped quite a few uncensored word because of feelings. People get status with ICE. I've done this quite a few times, filled out quite a bit of paperwork to take them from uncensored word because of feelings into legal status. And it's interesting that when we say that we don't want people to do this without legal status, that somehow we're against immigrants. That's just wrong. In fact, that's not only wrong, it's mean and unethical to say it. It's impugning to say that. So the idea that somehow we're not pro-immigrant, that's crazy. Many of our people are very soon descendants of immigrants. That we're not pro-immigrant, that makes no sense. But that's a way to attack the speech. So we're still trying to get this understood that this group of people that are censored words because we feel bad about it, that we can't actually address the issue constitutionally because we can't even address what the bill's about. This is craziness. And this needs to go out to the entire state of Colorado. You can't even talk about the bill. Can't even talk about it because of free speech
Representative
is
Bottoms,
taken
I
away.
encourage you to speak about the bill.
I can't. You just took my rights away.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The First Amendment of the United States to the Constitution is a fundamental right that guarantees the freedom concerning religion, expression, and assembly, and the right to petition. So getting right to it. The First Amendment states that Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech or the press or the right to people to peaceably assemble. I didn't just make that up. Words mean things. So I am going to speak to the bill.
Thank you.
And the bill says, concerning the creation of a grant program for the community-based organizations to provide the appropriate services for migrants who are within 1 year of arrival of the United States and in connection thereof. So, as a second-generation American, my parents, my grandparents, I was going to say fresh off the boat, but that one is not allowed. But they came over on a wooden boat. My grandma was quite adamant that they came over on a wooden boat, and it was quite the ordeal. And one of the things that they had to have in the immigration process, the legal immigration process, much different, had to go through Ellis Island, was that they had to have sponsors. They had to have somebody here to receive them. They had to have a community. They had to have a job available. And then I look at this word, and because words mean things, and I would assume that the words are in here intentionally, and the word is migrants. So some of the words that I looked up here as we're delving into this assault on the First Amendment, words mean things. Words mean things, and you cannot tell the truth unless you're willing to offend. And now
Representative DeGraff, thank you for sharing a perspective on the First Amendment. Right now, we're talking about House Bill 1280, so let's get back to the content of the bill.
Thank you, ma'am. I would just like to inform everybody that I do reject Joe Biden's determination that a term is a pejorative for being accurate. Accurate is not pejorative. But this word here in this bill is migrant. So I looked up migrant because we have these conversations. Migrants move willingly for education and income and may return home. Okay, that's what this is about. This is about people who are here willingly and may return home. An immigrant is a person with the intention of permanent settlement undergoing a legal process for visas and green cards. So who is this about? The bill is about people who may return home. So they're not, by definition of the bill, they are not here for the purpose of establishing permanent residence. Now, perhaps that's an oversight, but it doesn't really matter because words mean things. This bill specifically applies to people who are here on a temporary status for business or education. So I'm not really sure why somebody's here because of business or education that we need to go out of our way. If I go to another country, there's no other country that foots the bill for me. Now, when we get into things like illegal, that's not according to authorized by law. Alien belongs to a foreign country. So when my daughter overstayed her visa in Germany, before we knew about the SOFA, status of forced agreement, she was an illegal alien. It's not offensive, it's accurate. The word is accurate. The purpose of controlling speech is to control thought and to control the narrative. And to try to do that is to force a conversation that is invalid.
Representative DeGraff, speak to the bill, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaker, rather. Sorry about that. There are 300 million people in the United States. There are over 8 billion people in the world. Now, that is expected to get near 10 and then drop off. But that's less than 4% of the population of the world. When you say that there are 143,000 immigrants that arrived, and on one hand we say that we don't know how many have arrived, and then we look at it and we say, well, 143,000, well, if we just went with 140 or 100,000, then this $2.5 million would be like $25 per person. Now, what this is, it's going to support nonprofit organizations, but it doesn't really say what the nonprofit organizations are going to do, just that nonprofit organizations engage in this business. And it is a business, just like law is a business. You could be a nonprofit lawyer, you could be a lawyer. The difference is any excess money is invested into the business as opposed to turned over to investors. That would be the difference. So a nonprofit organization doesn't just become this mystical do-good. They are a business. And so what the government is doing here, it is in the process, is this bill is in the business of colluding with businesses. These people are not working for free. They draw a salary. They just don't take any excess, they take any excess capital and they reinvest it in the business or for the program. It's not altruism, it's a business. The collusion between government and business becomes a very big problem. This bill is for people who have, this bill specifically is for people who have no intention of permanent settlement. Now, the other thing the sponsor said is that most of these individuals are under 40 years old. Now, when my sponsor mentioned, my colleague mentioned that, he was shut down because that is known as military-age male. In this country, we have what's called the unregulated militia, and I think that's anywhere between 1845 or 18 and 40. This under 40 is a military-age male. That creates a security problem. When we're looking at bringing people in here who are here just for business or education, and then we're looking at paying their housing, we're looking at doing all of these things for them to make it a splendid vacation, because again, this is specifically, by the wording, not dealing with people who are looking to be here permanently. One of the problems with illegal immigration or illegal migration or immigration, whatever word you want to use, because somebody could be here illegally and intend on getting this, but there's a lot of people, I know a lot of people that want to come here legally, and they are waiting in the queue for years. Highly specialized skills. They're not allowed to come in. They're not allowed to jump the queue. I think it's an excellent example. Nonprofits come here. Nonprofits pay people. They pay lobbyists. So obviously, let's see, where would nonprofit organizations get the money to pay lobbyists if the only thing that they're doing? They have money, they have an incentive, they're a business. This bill is the collusion between government and business, government and corporate, government and industry. That's all this is, and it's for, specifically, people who are not here with the intent of becoming permanent residents. Now, when you look at these governments, these places that the sponsor mentioned that they come from, El Salvador, Somalia, lots of countries. They come from Canada. When I was in Canada, on the northern border, migrants came across the Canadian border all the time. I don't know what nationality they came across as. I don't know. I doubt they went from Mexico up to Canada. Maybe they did. Maybe that was easier. I don't know. That border is also open. This is not an issue of whether the surname is Spanish or not. This is a matter of whether the person, the migrant is here, the person who has absolutely no intent of becoming a permanent part of this society, by the definition of the sponsor, is here legally or not.
Representative DeGraff, you have 45 seconds remaining.
So this is a collusion between government and industry. This is to support the monies that a lot of these people make. They go back to the same governments that they are supposedly fleeing, and billions of dollars go back to support the corrupt governments. We have an immigration problem. We have a migration problem. We need to solve it. We can't absorb it. And for those wondering, the collusion between industry and government is called fascism.
Representative Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to go off the theme that the main sponsor was talking about helping them. But we need to understand that it's not just about helping those that come here to offer so much for us. We're helping ourselves. And that has always been the story of this nation. One that welcomes and opens those that are yearning to breathe free, those that were persecuted, those that are suffering, and then come here and make the most out of it. Whether we're talking about the most decorated unit in our military's history, in all AAPI, Asian Pacific unit, Go for Broke, that fought for us and sacrificed for us during World War II, when they were fighting for a country that didn't necessarily love them, when we were putting them in internment camps, when we were welcoming Jewish scientists that added to our technology and our knowledge, when they came here being persecuted. And if we want to make it personal, I am the product. My mom coming here when she was 15 years old, leaving everything she knew. A family of farmers and ranchers that came to feed this country, that raised me to fight for this country and protect this nation. We have combat interpreters that sacrificed for us abroad, putting their entire families at risk for supporting our mission in Iraq and Afghanistan, that have come here and become nurses, that have become politically active, who I am proud to call brother and sister veteran for the sacrifices that they made.
Representative Ortiz, as I've given everyone latitude, and I give it to you as well. Bring
Thank you.
this back to the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What this bill represents is what makes this country and has always made this country strong. We're not just helping others in doing this. We're helping ourselves. Members, one of our own colleagues is an example out of Garfield County, from the Western Slope. One of the brightest among us, one of the best among us, proves why we need this bill and the potential that we have to help ourselves in voting for this bill. The risk of living in a free society, in a constitutional republic, is that our enemies, our actual enemies that hate us, will make us afraid of each other. And that's what I'm seeing here. This is an opportunity to keep building on our story that we've proven over and over again, that we're not just helping others when we help migrants, that we're helping ourselves, and that we make ourselves strong. I urge an aye vote on this bill.
Representative Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I rise today in deep support of this bill. I deeply understand the migrant crisis that is currently taking place because in my district there are grassroots organizations popping up to provide meal trains and job trainings and a lot of other places, and I've had many deep conversations about the lack of access that migrants have to fully participate in our communities. And I want to address some pieces that I've heard within debate because I think that I appreciated the reminder from our colleague, Madam Speaker, that words do mean things. And I want to address a word that I've heard because I've heard that immigrants are a burden to our communities and to our society. And I would remind us that immigrants are not a burden. In my district, in House District 4, we have taken, Denver, for context, has taken on the largest influx of migrants in the last 18 months to the city and county, to the state of Colorado. My neighborhood on the north side of Denver has 3 schools that have taken on the most migrant students, including Valdez Elementary, Skinner Middle School, and North High School. And I would never in my life describe those young people as a burden. Those young people are a gift. Those young people are a blessing. Those young people are an opportunity for us to build capacity in our communities. I hear deeply the concerns about encouraging folks to break laws. I would remind us as a Chicano that there were a great many people here when we decided to break the law and move a border just south, and many of people who look like me all of a sudden went to bed a Mexican and woke up an American. I think that, I ask a deep question, Madam Speaker, about the history of immigration in this country, specifically surrounding racialized contexts. And I ask the question, more importantly, if we would be debating this issue in the same way if the migrants who are coming and who would be benefited by this program reflected the racial demographics of the majority of this chamber. I ask, would we be discussing Irish immigrants or Italian immigrants or Jewish immigrants in the same way? And I think that it's deeply important that we are critical about the ways that the intersections of race, the intersections of immigration, and the intersections of legality all compound in a way that result in words that we have asked not to be used in this chamber but have been spoken despite. But I deeply understand and find solidarity and want to thank the bill sponsors for what this issue means, because for me and my community, this is going to help real people. This is going to help real people who go to real schools and real families who are cleaning windows on 38th and Federal because they do not have any other opportunity. And I think that there's a really important point by the bill sponsor that I want to raise, that she stole my point, but I do deeply appreciate. In no way do folks that are migrants to our communities not pay taxes. They pay sales tax, they pay all kinds of other taxes every time they purchase things. But I would encourage our colleagues, Madam Speaker, as we are discussing and having rigorous debate, I would encourage that if taxes are the problem, there are a great many demographics in the state of Colorado who do not equitably participate in our taxation system, and it is not the fault of migrants. Thank you.
Representative English? No? Representative Luck?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As someone who has a tender heart and compassionate spirit, I wanted to just respond to the note about compassion. There are a lot of policies that come out of this building, as I've mentioned before, that I would support if it wasn't coming from a government entity. I subscribe to the idea of institutional pluralism and the belief that each institution has its own jurisdiction. The jurisdiction of government, as I understand it, is not one of compassion. That's not what is described, but one of justice. I dare say that the role that we have before us is to administer justice. And while I understand that there is a divide even in that, in terms of what that word means in this chamber, I do want to state that today my vote is not one from a heart of hardness. It doesn't lack compassion. It is grounded in my understanding of what the role of this body is. We've heard it multiple times today. Government is not charity. That is not our role. And many of the problems that we find in our culture today stem from the fact that government has taken on roles that people disagree they should have. That is a crux of many of the questions that we face, the hard, contentious issues that we face. You're absolutely right. The representative from, I think, Centennial, over by IKEA, sorry, I don't know, who spoke about what America is made of. Is it Centennial? Is that? Oh, okay, sorry. You're right. But again, if we look back at our founding, did I get it wrong? Oh, sorry. The rural-urban divide. But you're right, that immigrants made this country. But a lot of the things that were done weren't done via government. And so for me, there is much to be said about roles of institutions and preserving and protecting those in order to avoid many conflicts like the ones we're having today. So for the record, it's not a place in my heart of a lack of compassion.
Representative Weinberg? Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1280 on third reading, final passage. Take a moment and let everyone return to their seats. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Woodrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Woodrow votes yes. Representatives Degree, Kennedy, and Frizzell, you can tax yourselves a $20 fine. Split between the two of you. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 20 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1280 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bills 1132 as amended, 1223 as amended, 1245 as amended, and Senate Bills 8 as amended, 3765, 69, 70, 72, 117, 143, 171, 199, and 217 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Transportation, Housing, and Local Government, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bill 1447 be amended as followed, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1463 is amended, and 1464, and Senate Bill 195 is amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole, and Senate Bill 32 be amended as followed, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Finance with favorable recommendation.
Members, I have one announcement. Representative Vigil will replace Representative Lindstedt on Business Affairs and Labor for today only. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House stand in recess until later today.
The House will stand in recess until later today.